Hello and welcome to this, our 227th live stream. Just one more question. Okay, now, when I put this up, I didn't realize that that was the tagline for Columbo, okay? I didn't I didn't recall that at the time when I labeled that. I was quickly reminded of it, however, in one of the upcoming super chats. So, so we're glad you could join us this Friday for our regular live stream, and uh, this is where we take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. And Columbo Dr. Folk crossover. Yep. So it seems. So it seems. And we are having some issues with StreamYard tonight, because StreamYard has a brand new feature, which is it times you out for lack of activity, which is really, really annoying. So, yeah. And it times you out rather fast. So, this is not a good thing. So, this is going to be fun tonight. Ugh. Okay. So we're glad you could all join us tonight, and this is, as I said, this is going to be. Ugh. Oh, we also heard from YouTube. We should mention that as our part of a channel business. Is YouTube has now come up with a statement saying why every channel's experiencing a 20% drop in views, which is that, well, it's returning. All these channels are returning to their 2017 levels of viewership as a natural result. Oh boy. Yeah, between StreamYard and YouTube, oh boy, this is a mess. This is a mess. You know, you just get it working and then they go and mess it up. Yeah, my channel didn't exist in 2017 either. Our channel began in 2020. So that's so fun. That's so fun. The haystack. I had a viral video go viral last week and saw 1,000 views disappear overnight. Yeah, it's getting. Yeah, this is YouTube just suppressing it so they can charge for boosts. That's really what's going on. So, but Clippius, time to start broadcasting via prophetic visions. Probably be a bit more reliable, honestly. Okay, let's get into the questions here, and oh, we should also give a little update on our book 3. We've given an update on our Substack, which basically says that a rough draft for book 3 is complete, and we'll be giving it shortly to our beta readers to review. We'll also be putting out the call for the D&D game very, very soon. I just have been too busy to actually put that out there, but that's going to be coming out soon as well. All right, so that's as well as I'm starting the chapter for the proposal for my publisher on the Plagues book. So lots of stuff happening here. We're happy to that everything is going. Dossman, I'm so excited for Sloppy the book. That would be in Sloppy is in the sequel here. All the stars as angels. And if you haven't bought that book, please do so and leave a very kind review. Reviews matter, particularly on book 1. So if you've read Reliquary of the Dead, it's this one here, please do leave a review. Very much appreciated and does help the channel a lot. Okay. Haystack. Did I hear D&D? Yes. November is only 2 months away. I think 2 months. November. Yeah, 2 months away. So we're going to be starting to put out calls for the D&D game very soon. So, and that's going to be a reservation system. So just heads up on that. Okay, now the rules for the channel are the same as always. Super chats have priority. We do take non-super chat questions but we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front so that we know it's directed to us. Only post your non-super chat questions once. Question spamming will disqualify your question for the night. If it's something from the Bible, we need some context. So we need what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. You can sponsor a non-super chat. We ask that you copy the question into the super chat so we don't have to hunt for it. And then finally, one question per chat, because question stacking is not fair to anybody. All right, so with that said, let's get into the questions. Okay, our first question of the night here is from followers of the Shepherd, who asks, how to explain the differences of versions of Esther, Masoretic text versus Septuagint. Is this corruption, commentary, etc.? The whole question of the source texts for the Septuagint remain a bit of a mystery to us. For many of the texts of the Old Testament, the Septuagint is longer. We see this in the book of Jeremiah. We see this in Esther. We even see this in certain passages like Deuteronomy 32, where the Septuagint gives us a longer passage. Now, what seems to be going on is the Septuagint is taking a kitchen sink approach to its translation, which means what it's doing is it's taking the longest, most comprehensive text they have, or if they have two texts that have different readings, combining them into one long text. So the Septuagint seems to be taking not so much an authoritative approach to its source text, but a expansive, comprehensive, all-inclusive approach. So that seems to be what's going on with the Septuagint. It's taking the longest readings, it's taking the most comprehensive readings. If they got two readings, they're mashing them together to make one reading. But they're basically not choosing between, say, a bad reading and a good reading. They're just choosing both. And they are incorporating that whenever possible. It is quite a feat of scholarship to do that. Okay? But it's also, we also have to be a little careful when we look at the Septuagint and say, oh, this is going to be the authoritative reading, or the reading that's we find in your text. You can't just say that with the Septuagint, even though it's chronologically older. And that's because they did seem to take that approach of mashing texts together, or taking the longest text they had. So this would be true of Esther. This would be definitely true of Jeremiah and other texts where we find expanded readings. So that's how I would explain why we have a longer version of Esther in the Septuagint than in the Masoretic text. Now, there might be other scholars who explain this in other ways. Some might take a subtractive approach to the Masoretic text instead of an expansive approach to the Septuagint. And that's definitely possible. But I also don't find it as likely. So I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. Clypeus asks, do you think we would know more about the compositional sources of the Septuagint if the Library of Alexandria hadn't been burned? No. No, we wouldn't. Here's the thing about the Library of Alexandria and its burning. Most of the holdings of the Library of Alexandria were already moved out of the library by the time it was burned. Most people don't realize that. That the Library of Alexandria had a dozen satellite libraries. What happened was the collection at Alexandria got too big for one library. So what they did was what most libraries would do, is break up the collection and move it to smaller libraries. So by the time the Library of Alexandria was burned, it really was nothing more than a religious, philosophical school at that point. It was no longer served in the capacity of being a sort of a reader library like it had earlier. It was kind of like a church building. Once it ceased being a church, it got sold and became apartments. You know, you just can't go in there anymore and just look around just because you're going to be going into somebody's house. Kind of the same deal with the Library of Alexandria. Once the collections were moved, it became more of a private building that housed a philosophical school more than it was basically a Neoplatonist school, more than it was an actual reading library. So, what would have happened then to the Septuagint sources found in that library? Would have been moved to some other library, and they would have gone the way of most books, which is destroyed by mold, mice, insects, just the way how most books end up being destroyed. Gloria asks, didn't the Library of Alexandria burn multiple times? Yeah, burned twice. Once under Julius Caesar, and then later under the Christian pagan riots. And by the time it was burned again under the Christian pagan riots, it had already been way reduced from where it was just a Neoplatonist school. So there really wasn't anything in there anymore of value except the building itself. So yeah, people got there in the time machine, cleared it out, and went home. Okay, let's go on to the next question here. Next question. Try to cycle here between windows here so SteamYard doesn't time me out. Okay. Nino KR777 asks, I've been seeing a lot of online atheists like genetically modified skeptic and holy Kool-Aid capitalizing off Charlie Kirk and slandering him with their audiences, believing them without watching Charlie's videos. How do we not only deal with these types of people in the context of scripture, such as was found in Peter, but also respond to the political hatred, bloodlust that is growing on both sides against each other to prevent a wildfire? Okay, let's talk about the slander first, because the slander is a huge issue. Slander is one of the stages of ideological violence, and as long as the slander persists, that's always going to lead to the other steps. And genetically modified skeptic and holy Kool-Aid are not beyond slander, not by a long shot. So, how do we deal with slander? Well, I'm not really sure, honestly. I mean, you can put the truth out there, but it doesn't mean that people will accept the truth. Harry Stark asks, wouldn't defamation be an easy win in court? No. Oh no, it's not. It's it's not an easy win. Defamation's a defamation suit is expensive. I mean, first of all, even though there's a criminal defamation, that's almost never prosecuted. Almost all defamation cases are civil, so it's expensive. It's risky. It's the judgment you'd get from a defamation suit is usually very low monetary value. So if you're lucky, you'll make back your legal expenses. This is why there aren't more defamation suits, is because the courts have prevented large awards for defamation. Like, for example, in the beautiful province of British Columbia, the highest award for a defamation suit has been $50,000. That's nothing when it compared to your court fees. Nothing. Yeah, you could easily pay $70,000-$80,000 for legal fees for defamation and only get $50,000 back for a successful victory. Okay? So, and it's always risky because it oftentimes it's going to be, well, the judge, even though the judge doesn't even if you have a textbook case of defamation, the judge can still side against you just because he doesn't like you. He thinks you would have done it anyway. I mean, it's the defamation laws are a joke. They're really a joke. Yeah. Yeah. Glypius, how do you sue thousands of people online? Even if you could win every case, the cost of time would be absurd. It would be absurd, yeah. It would absolutely be absurd. I mean, this is why I didn't hit Kip Davis with a defamation case for slander. Because the costs are prohibitive. And the potential outcome of that case, even though it's a slam dunk defamation case, is also I mean, it's just, there's no. I mean, I'd be shelling out $30,000 minimum to bring it to court, and then, then we would be. I'd still lose. You can win and still lose. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, I don't. But this is the problem with these suits. Is you just can't make it back. This is a joke. Someone put a super chat 30,000 so Dr. Falcon sue. Yeah. Super chats don't come in that denomination, unfortunately. Okay, so I mean the best approach is if you happen to have a good friend who's a lawyer who can send them a nasty cease and desist letter. But I don't happen to have those kind of friends either. So is yeah. 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 The best thing you can do is just keep going online and pointing out the record for what it is. That's really all you can do in this case. And the fact is that these people are liars. they are liars. And yeah, and they know they're lying. They know they're lying, and it's just, what can you do about that? They're ideologically driven to lie. Yeah. Yeah. Now, I'm going to point out one other thing. The whole defamation thing, the slandering thing, isn't only on the atheist leftist side. There's also a kind of defamation that is on the, say, the conservative side too, and I've heard this way too often. And it's really bothering me, which is the implicit. I've heard a lot of conservatives say, I don't agree with everything Charlie Kirk said, but why would you say that? Other than that you agree that there is something, that he said something untoward. It's just implicitly agreeing with the slander to protect yourself and insulate yourself from criticism. I think that is distasteful and wrong. Okay, I've heard guys like I'm gonna throw out one name here that I heard recently say it was Winger said this in his talk. I don't agree with everything that Charlie Kirk said, but. And it's basically saying that you implicitly agree that there is something unsavory or terrible that Charlie Kirk said. And it really annoys me. You wouldn't do this at any other. You wouldn't go to a funeral of somebody's grandmother. You wouldn't go to a funeral of somebody's grandmother, get up to say the eulogy and said, well, I don't agree with everything Emma said, but the family would tar and feather you, and rightly so. And because nobody would. I mean, that's so obvious. It's so obvious it goes unsaid. You don't agree with. I'm gonna say a shocking thing here. I don't agree with everything my wife believes. After 26 years. Okay? Nobody agrees with everything in accordance with somebody else. It's a stupid thing to say. That's just, people are saying it to distance themselves from any criticism of the left. Yeah, nobody should get shot for freedom of speech, period. Okay? You don't need to talk about his views. You don't need to disavow yourself. Mama, how can you not agree with Alpha? It's difficult sometimes, I'll say that. But I mean, the fact is, you've got the left who's slandering, and you got the right that's implicitly agreeing with the slander. It's still a slander problem. Whether it's right or left, it's still a slander problem. The right has a slander problem. The religious conservatives have a huge slander problem. And it needs to stop. If I had $1 for every time I heard some conservative agree with some slander from the left without doing their proper due diligence, without looking it up, without properly critically evaluating it, and just taking it on the surface level, I'd be a wealthy man today. I am so PO'd by this. Because nobody should be slandered like that. Yeah, sure, if he said something actually untoward, and it's done in context, sure, go for it. Knock yourself out. But slander is always a lie. It's always an untruth. It's always a falsehood. And the conservative religious right has to stop agreeing with the left's slander. Even implicitly. Yeah, it's just, we are supposed to be truth bearers. As children of Jesus Christ, we are supposed to be extolling the truth, championing the truth. And if we are implicitly agreeing with slander, then we are not championing the truth. We are being self-serving and self-protecting. And it bugs me. It bugs me because these people are in our seminaries. And they are culturally entrenching cowardice in the church. They are culturally entrenching cowardice in the church. Wow, it bugs me. Yeah, Haystack says exactly. It's like being on the front lines against the enemy and taking friendly fire from those who fled the front lines. Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what it's like. Oh. Harry Stark, even the church got and gets slandered. Yeah, but a lot of people inside the church are doing it. You know, I mean, a lot of slander I took was from inside the church. And I can name names if I want to. But we're not going to. All right, so anyway, that's... Yeah. Pray for... Okay. Pray for Charlie Kirk's family. Pray for our leadership. Yes, even if you disagree with that leadership, pray for them anyway. You don't have to agree with them to pray for them. Pray that justice prevails. Okay? And pray that we don't become the enemy. Pray that we love our enemy even in spite of the horrible things they do to us. And that's the best, most Christian response we can do. Okay? So, that hopefully answers the question. And now we're going to be moving on to the super chats. Our first super chat. Jack Ray for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Are you related to Peter Falk? Just one more question, Columbo. Yeah. As far as I know, I don't know if I'm related to Peter Falk or not. Essentially. Don't know, don't care. Possible? Maybe. But I'm not sure. Don't know. Mr. EC says could be. Probably not, but could be. Yeah, so, yeah, as soon as I found out that that was Columbo's tagline, I kind of regretted doing that as a title, but hey. All right, next super chat is from Striding Hermit. Provide us. Thank you very much for the super chat. Blessings, Dr. and Mrs. Falk. I pray everything is well. My first question may seem infantile, but what is science and how should it be understood? Okay. It's a perfectly good question. Science is a way of understanding the natural world. It's a methodology. And that methodology is hypothesis, experiment, conclusion, repetition. Okay? And this is the scientific method in a nutshell. You form a hypothesis, you create an experiment to test the hypothesis, you draw a conclusion about the hypothesis based upon the experiment, and then you repeat the experiment over and over and over again. Now, yeah. So this is going to always be an issue with certain types of academic literature where it's not necessarily scientific because it's either not repeatable or it's not experiment based, and you know, the whole idea of science can be often expansive beyond that scientific method. But the fact is that you can, like, for example, a lot of physics papers right now are coming out that are based upon theoretical and mathematical concerns, foundations, that have no actual basis in experimentation. So, how scientific are they if you cannot test to see if they're true? So, well, Eric Stark, that's only in the natural sciences. The historical sciences are different. Well, the historical sciences is kind of an oxymoron. It's not really... history has never really been part of the sciences. It's always been part of the humanities. So the idea of history being science isn't really a thing. It was considered, theology was considered scientia. Not the same as science. Okay, scientia is learning. Science is different. It's not hard science. Darkblade, this is my first time hearing historical science outside of an Answers in Genesis context. Harry Stark goes, the beheading of Mary Antoinette can, for obvious reasons, only happen once. Yeah, but you know, that is still not a science because it's not repeatable and it's not a hypothesis and it's not experimental. It's a fact, not not science. Facts aren't science. Facts are all over the place. Yeah, science is a methodology. Yeah. Mama says, like, there's a history of scientific practices and discoveries, but that's just a recording of facts. Yeah, it is. And that would be considered a humanity, not a science. Because again, that doesn't lead to the discovery of knowledge. That leads to, or of natural knowledge. That leads to basically a reconstruction of history. And reconstructions of history are always humanities. Generally speaking. There's a couple exceptions to that. Oh, the humanities. So yeah, that's what science is. It's a methodology of discovering the natural world. Okay, next one is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do we Christians misunderstand the importance of tough love? Sometimes. Um, there is this idea of tough love inside the New Testament. Like, for example, in the book of Corinthians, there was a guy sleeping with his stepmother. Okay? And this was considered to be a horrible crime. It still is within Christian circles, but the advice Paul gave was to throw him out of the church. Give him over to his sin so he can discover that, hey, life's not so good on the outside. So it's one of those things where a lot of, say, liberal versions of Christian love boil down to this ooey gooey, oozy, pious crud where you accept every sin of every person, no matter how egregious it is and how much they don't want to give up that sin. So, so I think it's important that the church exercise at times church discipline. If somebody is living in egregious sin and still claiming to be a disciple of Christ, yeah, that falls under church discipline. And tough love would basically say, hey, brother, you're sinning egregiously. Your sin is public. Everyone knows about it. Time for you to repent and change your ways, or we can't have you here. And that's a proper application of church discipline. And that's a kind of tough love. Now, the extreme of this, and there's always extremes to everything, would be abuse. Abuse is not tough love. Abuse is abuse. Okay? Abuse seeks to punish but not correct. Okay? The purpose of tough love is to correct. Is to correct and bring people back into right relationship with Jesus. So I think that's a very important distinction between what's tough love and what's abuse. Tough love seeks to correct. Abuse seeks to punish. So that would be where I would sort of draw the line here. I think the two dangerous extremes is unqualified acceptance of sin. That's not Christian love. That's license. Versus, say, abuse. That's the other extreme. And in the middle, you want to get that correction. Mama says, God disciplines those he loves. Absolutely, yeah. Okay, so I hope that covers that question. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. The question early on here. Solidus asks, what about natural history? Natural history is an extension of what's called natural philosophy. Natural philosophy is what they used to call science before it was called science. Okay? When science sort of branched off from, say, the rest of European learning, it went into this natural philosophy that branched into science and natural history. Natural history is, strictly speaking, a reconstruction of history. Now, it became subsumed under science as more of a artifact than it was actually a methodological thing. So natural history is not, strictly speaking, hard science, but it's an attempt to reconstruct the history of the prehistoric world through methods that you'd find more in the humanities, honestly. which is why it's called natural history. So while it's an honorary science, it's not a real science. So hope that helps. Okay, next one here. Need to take a note here. Do I have any paper? Oh, my paper's full of notes. I've been programming today, so. Note here. Okay. Gloria says, extremely important for evolutionary biologists, though. Sure. Natural history is very important to evolutionary biologists. But then again, too, how much of evolutionary biology is hard science anyway? Well, not so much. It's really, evolution is a reconstruction. Now, there are experimentation that is involved in evolutionary biology, but most of it isn't. So, there are a lot of evolutionary biologists that never see a lab, never go into a lab, don't know what a lab looks like. So, that's very, very. We have to keep in mind that a lot of say the historical reconstruction side of science versus say the experimental scientific method side are not necessarily equally weighted within a discipline. Okay, so let's move on to the next question here. From Striding Hermit, $5. Thank you for the super chat. If you're aware of the current controversy in the anime community, that would be great. What are your thoughts on censorship on storytelling? Yeah, this is probably in reference to the new laws that have been put in Texas, where they have deemed certain content illegal to sell because of adult themes in animation and in comic books. I am aware of that controversy, not intimately. I don't know exactly what the laws are, but I know that some comic shops have had to take manga off the shelf and anime videos because of that those new laws. I think even Crunchyroll has had to stop distributing to Texas because of it. I'm not in agreement with those laws. I think people should be free to purchase the literature that they want. Mama says, I thought it was just lolly stuff. No, it's not just lolly stuff. It's also violent, hyper-violence too. Like, Akira had to be pulled. So, because Akira has both violence and nudity in it. So it was more than just that stuff, unfortunately. Yeah, the language of the bill is very broad. Danny DeBent says, Mama says, I think I think that was the original rallying cry. If I remember correct, the language of the bill was way too broad. It's very broad. Yeah, broad and non-specific. Yeah. 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 If it's violence, it's like, what's too violent? You know, is destruction of Tokyo too violent? Well, get rid of the Godzilla films. Even as a guy in a rubber dinosaur suit. Dossman, yet American cartoons are so much worse. Akira isn't even close to being bad nowadays. Well, yeah, here's the thing. The laws seem to have also, the Texas law also seems to only apply to foreign made materials. Okay? So it doesn't apply to American made stuff. It applies primarily to foreign made stuff. So there has been some suggestion that these laws are meant to shift the marketplace to make it so that foreign entertainment can't easily be available in, say, Texas. Another sort of backhanded way of Disney getting rid of its competition. Francis Dobbs. So just protectionist nonsense. A lot of it's probably protectionist nonsense. It wouldn't be the first time. Dossman, well, I don't want American entertainment. It's C-rap. Yeah. Yeah, I get you here. I don't watch American movies. I don't like American movies. I can't even remember. I think the last Disney film I actually saw. I think the last Disney film I actually saw was Mulan. I saw it in the theater with Mrs. Producer. The cartoon version, the original cartoon version. That was the last Disney film I've actually saw in a theater. I mean, I used to work for Disney. I know how messed up that company is on the inside. It's awful. I think that was in 1999, not in 97. Because I didn't know Mrs. Producer in 1997. Danny DeMint, oh man, did you ever see Atlantis, The Lost Empire, Treasure Planet, or Tarzan? No, I didn't. I never saw any of those. I never saw any of those. Mulan came out in 98. Okay. I think now. Yeah, I met Mrs. Producer in 98. 98. So, yeah, that would make sense. Okay, so, yeah, I don't agree with the Texas laws. I think the Texas laws are not good. I think a lot of it is just protectionist BS. The language is overly broad. I don't know if that law will even stand, honestly, because it is just overly broad. Okay, let's move on to the next one here. Next one here is from Mike JSB for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Any thoughts on the recent findings from ATEL? I don't have the papers yet for ATEL. I've heard that there have been findings at ATEL. I know that Titus Kennedy is behind this. I don't know what he's saying about it. I don't know if he's being honest with the data or if he's fudging it like he normally does. But I'm just going to wait and see until I get some more papers and some more actual data here to go off. So, but I'm not optimistic. I'm not optimistic. Dossman. Welp. Titus is in this. I sit now without holding my breath. Yeah. That'd be a good idea. That'd be a good idea. Okay. Next question here is from Dossman. Last member question here. How to deal with petty disputes that get worse and gossip in the church. It's big issue in churches I've been to. Lots of backstabbing. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, totally. I think we had a rant earlier about gossip in the church, and slander. Um, it needs to be called out as sin. The New Testament identifies gossip and slander as a sin. It should be called out as a sin, and it should be treated as a sin. A sin no different than lying, stealing, adultery. It's a sin, and it needs to stop. And I've seen a lot of this in not just churches, but seminaries and denominational structures too. So I would be very I think there does need to be, this needs to be called out in the church. And this is a church problem. This is definitely a church problem. And this is a problem that's gotten a pass in the church for a long time. Darkblade goes, Redeemed Super says that gossip violates one of the 10 commandments. Yeah, it's false witness, essentially. It's a false witness violation. But yeah, this needs to be called out as sin. And frankly, it's just one of those things that just keeps getting a free pass. And if you call it out to the elders, it's just, oh well, this is just harmless slander. You can't really prove it, can you? Got lots of witness testimonies. Yeah, but do we really want to drag this out? Yes. Yes, we do. Absolutely, we do. Yes, we want to call this out as sin. Absolutely, it is sin. The New Testament calls it sin. It calls it sin that's damnable. Okay? So yes, absolutely. I think if we did the soul scarlet letter system, okay? You got a big A for adultery, you got a big S for or big G for gossip. I think if you had people on stage having to confess adultery right beside gossip right beside adultery, things might change in the church. Darkblade, I checked. RZ places gossip under the category of stealing. Yeah, well, it is. It's stealing a reputation. Oh, absolutely. B for being a bad mouth. That works too. I could go for that. Haysack says we get lectured on this a lot and called to repent, forsake, and forgive. Yeah. I absolutely think we should, you know, call people out on this if they're doing this. So wait a minute. It'd be very hard to wear my Packers shirt to church. Well, you shouldn't be wearing your Packers shirt to church. That's idolatry. You must be in Wisconsin. All I have to say is you've got to be in Wisconsin. Hey, you could kill two birds with one stone with a Packer shirt. One for gossip, one for idolatry. Danny the Bet. That's formal where I come from. So you're from Green Bay, huh? I mean, I remember when we lived in Wisconsin. We went to church, and all of a sudden there was these people in these Green Bay jerseys in church. Yeah, they were. There wasn't time. It wasn't time to change, so they were going to be in church as soon as church ended, which ended on time amazingly that one day. They were good. They didn't have time to change, so they went left church, right for the game. Funny that. Okay. Well, that was fun. But yeah, gossip in the church needs to be treated like a sin. And needs to be under church discipline just like any other sin. All right. Next one here is from Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you for the super chat. Very generous super chat, and we appreciate that. He asks, did archaeologists ever uncover hieroglyphic inscriptions of a non-serious nature, like dirty jokes written on a brothel? I know they found Latin inscriptions like that in Pompeii. They have found... How do I say this? They found papyrus with corn on it. Okay? They have found cornographic papyri. That is a thing. And the Egyptians apparently liked their cornography. Danny Dement. Did Egyptians have political cartoons? No. No, because political cartoons often would encompass the death penalty. So, but the Egyptians did have corn. Lots of corn. So, yeah, that was a thing. So, Mama says, of course, nothing new under sun, as Bubble Machine just said. Yep. The Vermin Trash Rat says, what were the Egyptians into? Grain? Cob? Oh, they were very interested in cobs. Very interested in cobs. John Smith goes, weren't there cave drawings of corn as well? I'm not sure if we find those in Egypt. But in Egypt, it's on papyri. A lot of papyri. We have a lot of examples of that in Egypt. So, with some very, very interesting, almost Kama Sutra-like positions. So, yes. Yes. When you don't have TV, yeah, people do resort to other kinds of entertainment. All right, so I hope that answered your question. Yes. They did have writings of a non-serious nature. Not necessarily inscriptions, but writings. Not dirty jokes. They weren't into dirty jokes. They were into sarcastic humor. We don't have any extant examples of a brothel, but we do have extant examples of cornography. Well, that's yes, a lot of that material got destroyed. When they one of the noticed one of the biggest pieces of sarcasm was found in the tomb of Pahari, and some guys went into that tomb and shot it all up. Yeah, yeah, that was tragic. Fortunately, we do have a copy of it, but the original is destroyed. Mama, quote, writings. Yeah, there is writing in those papyri. but a lot of pictures too. A lot of pictures. Not children's books. Okay. 50 Shades of Sand. Ooh. Ooh. All right. We better move on, yes, or we will get we will get struck here for a community standards strike. All right, Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you for the super chat. How far are scholars from having a piece of software with an AI that reads ancient inscriptions and gives the most accurate translations of it? Far, far away. The answer is yeah. It's far, far away. Yeah, we are. AI is not good at rendering this at all. The fact is that ancient languages tend to be very nuanced. They do have a lot of literary things that AI just cannot cope with. It's just so far away. It's not even funny. There have been some attempts to use AI to translate Egyptian, but it's not good. The translations are very poor. Even poor by beginner student standards. A lot of it is because the AI can't properly. It's not alphabetic. Egyptian, it's not alphabetic, and it's not. The characters don't come one right after the other, so it's gonna miss those placements. It's also a lot of words are very, very close to each other in spelling, while being completely separate in meaning. So you might have one word like Kemet. Well, the determinative is going to determine what the word means, and that doesn't have a phonetic value. And there's enough variations of those determinatives that you can have a huge variety of meanings just from that word chem. And AI just can't handle that very well. So, ancient languages are just something AI is going to struggle with for a very, very long time. And there isn't much training material for it to fall back on. So, Darkblade, sometimes AI can't even handle modern languages. That's true. I feed a screenshot to Grok and it identifies the words that aren't even there. Yeah, suppose so. Scott Worthen, software can precisely calculate a shoreline. That can precisely calculate a shoreline can only be written for with quantum computers, qubits. Perhaps the same is so with inscription interpretations. I doubt that would be all that effective. Danny Dement. And that's in modern languages. Don't even want to think about hieroglyphics or cuneiform. Yeah, that's pretty rough. Cuneiform has its difficulties too. It really does. Especially on things like word divisions. So yeah, you can get a really messed up interpretation with cuneiform. So yeah, I don't think there's a lot of, at least a lot of the reason why AI does such a, at least a decent job with modern languages, it's not a great job, but a decent job, is because everything is neatly in rows. Just can't do that with ancient languages. They just don't obey you in that way. So I don't see there's a lot of prospect for AI to read ancient languages, at least not very well. But there have been attempts. There have been attempts to do it. Yeah, you'd have to train it. And Yeah. I'll say this. The prospect for doing AI translations of cuneiform is a lot better than Egyptian. Okay. It's a lot better. Here's one of the things about cuneiform too. It can be transliterated easily. If you can transliterate cuneiform, then there's enough material out there for the transliteration that AI could learn to translate cuneiform, at least Akkadian and cuneiform, and be able to translate that without much difficulty. So I think the prospects of AI doing, say, reading, like I had to do a project once where we were trying to do lexemes from various languages, from both Egyptian and Akkadian. And the Akkadian guys go, "Oh yeah, we can just do it into transliteration. That's fine. We can all read the transliterations." And the Egyptologists in the room are going, "Yeah, that don't work so well for Egyptian. Egyptian, you get a transliteration and you go, what does this mean?" Yeah. Yeah, they don't all look the same either. The fact is that hieroglyph as well is a homonymic language. You're dealing with so many homonyms that it's just easier to read Egyptian. This is why one of the examples, this is why when we train people to do Egyptian, as opposed to, say, cuneiform. Cuneiform, you train people, when you teach people Akkadian, you basically teach them to take the cuneiform, transliterate it, and read the transliteration. You don't do that in hieroglyph. You teach people, yeah, you teach people the transliteration, but that's more to check to see if they got it right. You teach people to read the hieroglyph. Ultimately, you're going to teach them how to do that, not to be dependent on the transliteration, because it's the hieroglyph that's going to give you the information you need to render it properly. No, there's no punctuation either, yeah. Well, it's not in Akkadian either. Yeah. 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 Darkblade says maybe AI would be good at ancient languages that are still used, like Hebrew, Greek, Chinese, Sanskrit. I think it is already reasonably good at those languages. I don't know about Sanskrit, though. I don't know enough about Sanskrit to know how that language works. But the first three, yeah, AI is already pretty good at those. But again, those are character languages that are done in sequential order. So, but in the case of Egyptian, you can have in a line of text one glyph over another, and that it just the orthography of Egyptian is just weird. So, it's going to be very difficult for an AI to parse that properly. Okay, so next one here is from Andrew Guler. Thank you very much for that generous super chat for $20. Really appreciate it. Yes, I'm trying to remember from a prior video of yours. Did you say that the mention of Israel from the Merenptah Stele is not really a mention of Israel? No, I didn't say that. Josh Bowen said that. Josh Bowen said the mention of Israel from the Merenptah Stele is not really a mention of Israel. I think the Merenptah Stele is mentioning Israel of the Israelites. uh, Scott Worthen says, I would very, very much like AI to take our jobs. No more by the sweat of your brow, C-Rap. Post-scarcity, delicacies as common as dust, new economy of Isaiah 2:4, capitalists go to heaven. You know what? That's not the way it's going to work. That's never how it works. Nobody is going to pay you to sit on your butt. Okay? Nobody is going to pay you to do that. You're not important enough to be paid to sit on your butt. They're just going to expect you to find another job. Yeah, it's not taking the dull, boring jobs, it's taking the art jobs. Yeah. Dossman, now we just get the jobs making the AI work. Yeah, well, probably. Yeah, AI is not going to make. There are people who do dream that AI is going to replace all the scut work and just allow you to do the interesting, nice work, or no work at all. Yeah, that's the way. No society's ever worked that way. Mama goes, that would be communism, dear children, and is in fact frowned upon in most societies. Yeah, even in communist societies, you either work or they shoot you. That's how communist societies work. You work or you get shot. That's the way it works. Yep. Yeah, so there's Ryan Concap says it's the Berlin Stele that doesn't have Israel, right? Right. The Berlin pedestal doesn't have Israel written on it. All right. I've watched Futurama. I know what those robots are up to. Kill all humans. Danny Dement sees the means of production, but they don't tell you that includes you. Yep. Yep. You don't own everything in you don't own anything in communism. I love these uh Marxist communists that say, "Oh yeah, seize the means of production while I go live on my little farm." It's not your farm. It's the people's farm. uh Mama says everyone thinks eat the rich won't affect themselves negatively. Yeah, they do. They really think that. It's so stupid. So stupid. Everyone will be equal on top of their rubble hill. You know, Annie Manul said Stalin took the farms. It was the first thing he took. He took the farms before he took the factories. He took the farms, he took the factories, and he took the mines. And the farms were the first thing he took. He gave the people who owned the farms the boot and put in people who weren't deserving. And everyone starved. Yeah. 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 Darkblade, he took the farms and some percent of Ukraine starved to death. Yeah, millions of people. Millions of people starved to death. It was so bad in Ukraine. People who had owned their farms couldn't even harvest a pear off the tree because that's now the people's pear. People got shot because they wanted to eat a pear off their own tree. Because that's no longer their pear. That's the government. That's the people's pear. That's communism for you. Scott Worthen's post-scarcity has to do with technological advancement, not some red scare cropping flung around this all too conservative conversation. Look, there is no such thing as post-scarcity. That's a lunacy. That's a fantasy. There is no such thing as post-scarcity. If you believe that there's post-scarcity, you are delusional. There'll always be scarcity of something. This is a fallen world and we're created beings. There is always going to be some sort of scarcity. And no technology will ever fix that. Because it's a problem of a fallen world. Technology cannot follow. Okay. We are right now we're even talking about a scarcity of power and energy because of our technology. You know, it's just anyone who thinks we're going to live in a post-scarcity world is delusional. Delusional. So it's just like, this is a fantasy. This is complete fantasy. Scott Worthen, I'm delusional now? Well, if you believe in post-scarcity, yeah. Yeah, you are. Jonathan Walker, we are in a physical world bound by laws, time, and limited resources. Exactly. Yeah. Scott Worthen, what the F? Read the tech journals. Okay, read the tech journals. Okay, well, let's look at the tech journals from the 1960s, where people were talking about computers where people would never have to work again. That was a post-scarcity delusion. Computers are going to come along, replace everyone's job, and no one will ever have to work again, and there'll be no need or want. Did that happen? No, it didn't happen. Computers didn't eliminate work. Sure, it eliminated some jobs, but it didn't eliminate work. It just changed the work we do. We're now just chained to our computers. I have a computer here with 3 monitors. Okay? This has not eliminated my work in any respect. It just made it so that I work harder and longer. I have had 4 hours of sleep last night because this computerized monstrosity on my desk makes me work harder. It allows me to do more work. Yeah. 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 Exactly. And the fact is that it's just a physical. It is part and parcel to the nature of our reality and existence that we work by the sweat of our brow. There's no such thing as post-scarcity. There's no such thing as this, as a textualogical utopia. By the way, utopia means is a double entendre. It can mean no place or good place. Okay? And when the good place, yeah. Yeah, utopia is going to end up being the good place. Denny Dement, what GPU is that thing rocking? It's rocking a NVIDIA 960. Kind of old. I need a replacement, but hey. So yeah, anyone who believes in post-scarcity is delusional. It's never going to happen. Never going to happen. Tech journals have been predicting it forever. It's not going to happen. It didn't happen in the 60s. It happened in the 80s, and it's not going to happen now. John Smith, will Blade Runner 2049 be a real thing someday? Depends. Some aspect of it might be. Genetically modified slave classes, yeah. Genetically modified slave classes, sure. You know, replicants in the Blade Runner universe aren't androids. They're not androids. They're genetically modified creatures with fake memories that have a limited biological lifespan. They're biological organisms that are enslaved. Absolutely, that could happen. BC we won't have post-scarcity until Christ returns. Absolutely. Yeah. But then once Christ returns, all the rules change. Our very existence will change with the return of Christ. Yeah. Adam worked in Eden. We have to remember that too. Adam's job in the garden was to tend the garden. He worked. Adam didn't sit on his butt. Mama says, tech doesn't solve character issues, mental health, spiritual depravity, etc. Exactly. It doesn't, and it doesn't, tech doesn't solve structural issues either. Like hierarchy, class, competition. There's hierarchies in heaven, there's hierarchies in the lobster world, as Peterson points out. Oh, it's just one of his most famous things. Yeah. Yeah. So no, tech is not going to solve any of that. Clypeus, everyone will have a 4090 when Christ returns. Well, I think by the time Christ returns, the 4090 will probably be obsolete junk, but hey. Haystack, so just a few more years. Dossman, no, clearly it's going to be AMD. I've been tempted with some of the AMD cards, to be honest. Some of those graphic cards are really good and really inexpensive. And I think a lot of those high-end NVIDIA cards are really overpriced. So I've been thinking about an AMD card myself. Danny says AMD has been killing it, to be honest. Oh yeah, I love AMD. The chipset that this PC runs is an AMD. It's an AMD, and it's a Ryzen 7. I love the CPU. I absolutely love the AMD CPUs. I haven't had a chance to use their graphics cards. Um, but yeah, AMD has absolutely been killing it. Their stock was really good too. I made a fortune on AMD stock. I held some AMD stock just before they announced the Ryzens, and I did very well on their on their stock. So I like AMD as a company. Doc, Moses Doc. I had to explain the concept of mega AI guided space exploration to my great aunt this week. It was fun. Oh, I bet it was fun. That sounds like really fun. Danny Dement, imagine what you could do with a Threadripper. I would love a Threadripper, but I would have to replace the whole innards of my computer to do that. Dossman, now explain sloppy. Yeah, that would be something. Well, I mean, the Mega AI is my answer to the Killbot problem. And every science fiction who deals with androids or AIs has to at some point deal with the Killbot problem, which is either computer intelligence will rise up to kill humans, or other humans will use robots and AIs to kill other humans. So, every science fiction who has this has to deal with it in some way. So, exiling robots to space was how I decided to deal with the Killbot problem. Mama says, sloppy cannot be explained, only experienced. Clybius, Boston Dynamics needs to chill. Yeah, probably. Okay. Next super chat here is from Julian Gentry for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What's your view on the relationship between God and time, and how does it affect your reading of Jeremiah 1:5? Let's look up Jeremiah 1:5 here, and then we'll go into my view. Bible here. Wow. 1:5 says, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were in the room, before you were born, I consecrated you. I have appointed you a prophet to the nations." Okay. Now here it's talking about not really God's relationship to time, but more his foreknowledge. And that can be I don't think that's a big impact upon the relationship with God and time. I take an Augustinian view of God and time, which is essentially that God is outside of time. He's kind of like a hypervisor over time. So, um, uh, so anyway, it's one of those things where it's just, um, God is creator of the universe. He's creator of time and space. time and space, they're co-eval properties. So God is not subject to time, just like he's not subject to space. Therefore, he's outside of it and he's over it. Ryan, he's outside of space-time. He is everywhere and every when. He's every when, but not necessarily everywhere. He's aware of everywhere, but he isn't. We don't want to fall into pantheism here. Okay? So, he can be every when. He can be everywhere. But he just doesn't happen to be. Yeah. Yeah. We are limited to the here and now. God isn't. But he's not everywhere either. Ryan Cohenkamp, where is he not? Ooh. Ooh, now that gets a really dicey thing. Here's the thing. If God is everywhere, he becomes part and parcel to creation itself. The existence of God collapses into a pantheism where he is inside every atom, everywhere. He's in every toilet. He's in every brothel. He's in every unclean and unholy place. Yeah. His essence is not cannot be in the presence of sin. There's a reason why he's transcendent. Yeah, there's a reason why sacred space exists. There's a reason why he's, for example, when Adam sins, Adam's tossed out of the garden, and the garden is protected from sin entering it. Darkblade says, inside every panel of a Corn mag page. Yeah. Yeah, that's just not something that is consistent with the nature of God. Danny Dement says, the desire for sacred space suggests he doesn't necessarily reside everywhere. Exactly. There was a story. Ryan Cohen. So the doctrine of omnipresence is more nuanced than literally everywhere. The doctrine of omnipresence has been categorically denied by Christian theologians since the patristic period. This has been it's the one omni that has never been held to by the church. It has been categorically rejected. Now, there are a few theologians that do hold to it. Luther held to it, but he never explained how he held to it. He's the only major one I can think of off the top of my head. There's some minor ones that do too. What was his name now? Find this quickly. If I can find this quickly, then I can see. Is all right. Find this quickly. William Lane Craig wrote a article called Send in the Monus, where he talks about this in some detail. I can find it. All right, I'm not going to be able to find that article, but yeah, Pannenberg, that's who it was. Pannenberg, who also believed in omnipresence. Okay, and Craig takes basically shows that Pannenberg's theology ends up collapsing into monism. So, um, so yeah, there's a problem with the whole idea of omnipresence as a doctrine. But no church accepts it. Essentially, no church has accepted omnipresence. Jonathan Walker goes, would there be a difference between being everywhere and being present or close? Absolutely, yeah. The idea of being present or close can have more associations than physical presence. Being everywhere, omnipresence or immanence, means that the essence of God is literally through every portion of creation, including the outhouse. Okay? Being present or close can have other associations, like, for example, is God aware of your situation? Well, that's, if he's aware of your situation, that's not omnipresence, that's omniscience. He knows your situation. And this is how classical Christian doctrine has basically viewed this, which is that God's aware of your situation without actually having to be there physically. But there's something about humans where we want to know, we don't think people know, and God doesn't know our situation if he's not right there in the room with us. We want a teddy bear God. Yeah, we want a God who's a teddy bear. Yeah. Whereas a God is sovereign over all creation. He knows what's going on in his kingdom. He is powerful enough to affect what's happening in his kingdom. And he's good enough to basically want the best for you in righteousness. So yeah, God's presence among us wouldn't change what God knows, his power, or his goodness. Although it might invite summary judgment. And that would not be so hot. That wouldn't be so nice. Yeah. Yeah. Annie Manul says, is God with those suffering at the hands of sin, like abused people or children in concentration camps? God knows. God knows. God's aware of the situation. God has the power to act. God will sometimes send his comforter, like the Holy Spirit. Okay? And in the case of, say, the Holy Spirit is with us physically. But the Holy Spirit is also not everywhere. You know, he's among his people. So I mean, for example, there's no reason for the Holy Spirit to be at the North Pole or the South Pole. No reason. Antarctica has one or two research stations. There's two research, but they're not at the South Pole. They're actually quite a ways away from the South Pole because Antarctica's huge. Yeah, probably sharing my screening on the South Pole. Ryan goes, so maybe it's better to say that he could be everywhere, but he isn't. Yeah, that's actually closer. Yeah, it's he could be everywhere in potential, but he's not. Mama says nothing is hidden from his sight, and we cannot hide from him. Exactly. Yeah. Keeps learning says Craig defines omnipresence in terms of knowledge and power, but not an actual presence. Yeah, and you see, that's not omnipresence. That's not omnipresence. That's transcendence. You know, once you say he's not somewhere, he's not everywhere, he's no longer immanent. He's transcendent. If he's transcendent, you're not talking omnipresence anymore. That's just sort of playing around with definitions. And I think it's just it's just better to keep our definitions clear here and say, okay, this is transcendence. Jonathan Walker says Craig's latest videos redefines God omnipresence. Again, I hate that term, how he redefines that, because he redefines it in a way that's just not possible. It's as being personally aware and close to us, and that God is not just watching us from far away. Well, no, he's not watching us because he already knows. He doesn't have to watch what he knows. Here's what I think is really sort of messed up about some of this debate, too. Is God, the way God understands things isn't the way we understand things. Okay? Yeah. Humans know through sensory data input. We have to take in sensory input through watching, through listening, through touch, through taste, through smell. That's how we input our sensory data. Okay? God doesn't take input data like that. God just knows everything. So it's not like he's watching us from afar. He already knows what we're going to do, what we're going to choose. What our situation is, what our hurts are. He already knows all this without having to see a thing. So I think it's really sort of wrong-headed to say, well, he's watching us from far away. No, he's not watching us at all. He's not watching us at all. He knows already. That's the way omniscience works. Omniscience doesn't work with him looking and seeing, oh look, I caught Dr. Falk at an inopportune time in the shower because I was going to look at him. I didn't know he was there when I went to look for him, but he's in the shower right now. That's not the way omniscience works. He's not surprised to go looking for you and find you in the shower. God knows without looking. He doesn't have to look at a distance. He just knows. And that's because God, in his omniscience, is sovereign. Sovereign means he's above all of it. He's above time. He's above space. He knows all time, and he knows all space. And he has the power to act upon it. So the whole idea that he's watching from a distance is sort of wrong-headed even in that respect. So, so it doesn't matter if God is distant or near in essence. He just knows. Jonathan Walker. God, I'm going to see what X is doing. God checks and says, never mind, I can't unsee that now. A lot of people think this is the way God works, though. It's such a silly way of viewing God, but people do think this. You know? No. Yeah, God's not... Yeah. Yeah. So it's just like... It's just, we have such a small idea of who God is. It's, God doesn't care about, what we look like. It just doesn't... Mama, much like God just eternally is, he also just knows. Exactly. Or it will. Yeah, Jonathan Walker, but Falk, we like our privacy. Yeah, don't dwell on that. It just doesn't matter. Don't dwell on that. Mama, we like to think our sins are secret. Now there's a truth. There's a truth. Yeah, people do like to think our sins are secret. They're not. But this is how God can judge, too. And how he can judge righteously is he just knows our sins. He just knows them. So because he just knows, he can be a perfect judge, too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and when there's an interesting passage too in I think it's First Samuel, where Jesse is sent to select a king from the sons, where the Samuel is sent to the sons of Jesse to select a king. And Jesse's got like 10 sons. And the first one comes along. Big strapping guy. And Samuel says, looks like a king. And God says, no, not him. Not him. Next one, son on the list. Nope, God rejects him too. Nope, not him. Gets the very last son. It's in line. And God says, nope, not him either. And Samuel turns to Jesse and goes, have you got any other sons? Yeah, Samuel's flustered. He thinks any of these guys would make good kings. And Jesse goes, oh, just the shepherd boy in the field. Samuel goes, let's see him. And God says, this is the guy. And Samuel goes to God, you serious? Are you serious? Yeah. And God says to Samuel, men see to the eye, but God sees through to the heart. Okay? God just knows. God just knows our characters. He just knows it all. And this is what makes God different from any other created being. God's not a created being, but he differs from all his creation in this respect, that he just knows it all. Our heart's intent, our minds, our actions, future and past. He knows it all, and he doesn't even have to look it up on his Rolodex. He just knows it. Okay, well, I think we need to move on here to our next question. But I think that's a really important thing to review every so often is, yeah, we sometimes don't understand exactly what we're dealing with God, you know, and how he differs from every other being in creation. Next one here is from Bill Havernack for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. When Pilate confirmed the crucifixion, was there evidence that he got approval from Rome, or did he make that decision unilaterally? He made that decision unilaterally. He had the authority to do it. He was a prelate. Yeah. Yeah. Roman governors had that. Essentially, Pilate was there. He was a prelate. He was or prefect. I forget which one exactly was he. A prefect or a prelate? What is his title again? Prefect of Judea. Okay. Now, so kind of now most governors, and this is probably true of Pilate as well, although we don't have a lot of evidence for this. To be a governor, you usually had to be in the Senate at some point. And the way it worked was, if you did a good job in the Roman Senate, we don't know what class Pilate comes from, whether he was the equestrian class or if he was a lower upper nobility, but he was probably would have been in the Senate. And the way Roman politics works is, if you've got if you did a good job in the Senate protecting the interests of Rome, okay, and it didn't matter. Rome had two political parties. It had the People's Party, and then it had the Nobility Party, and both did the same thing, which was protect the interests of the capital of the rich people of Rome. Okay, both parties did the exact same thing. Didn't matter if you were the People's Party or the Nobility Party. You did the same thing. You protected the financial interests of the Roman state. But if you did a good job at protecting the interests of the Roman state, you got sent off to some hinter province. You were retired from the Senate at some point to go to some hinter province and squeeze that province for all the loot you could get your hands on. Okay? So, you basically were sent off to become a governor of some Roman or some prefect or some governor of some province out there, and this was your opportunity to feather your nest. Your job then became, well, let's loot this province for all we can get. Take it for everything it's worth. And if you had to crack a few skulls to do it, that was acceptable to Rome. So he did not need any approval to conduct an execution. He had all the authority he needed to conduct an execution as prefect of Judea. So yeah, Rome did not expect governors to check in. Darkblade, but isn't that embezzlement? Not as far as Rome's concerned. As long as Rome got its share of the taxes, yeah. It's like the waiters being expected to live off the tips. Okay? Yeah. And Roman governors did this everywhere. They basically took their province and squeezed it. Squeezed it for all the wealth they could. And it wasn't considered embezzlement. This was Rome expected you to do this as a governor. This was your retirement plan. As a Roman senator, this was your retirement plan to be assigned a governor at a little province somewhere and squeeze it. Dossman says, IRS doesn't care as long as you pay your taxes. That's pretty much what the Roman Senate did, too. They didn't care as long as you paid their taxes. As long as Rome got its share, they could just squeeze that for all it's worth. Gloria says, Rome considered the natives of the province to be little more than the animals living on their land. Yeah. Ron Comcap, same thing with tax collectors? Yeah, same thing with tax collectors. That's why they're hated so much. Tax collectors were collecting for 2 people. Okay? 3 people. Tax collectors collected for Rome, the governor, and themselves. Okay? So a guy like Pilate would tell the tax collectors, okay, that 20% tax you get off the people, we need some extra. Make it 30%. So that extra 10% would go to Pilate. And then the tax collectors would add a little fee on top of that for their collections. So this is why tax collectors were so hated, is it wasn't enough. They weren't just taking enough to live on. They were taking a healthy portion beyond what Rome and the governor expected. So yeah, this is just was very common. And some governors collected a lot more taxes than others. Herod the Great, at the end of his life, was collecting so many taxes, so much in the way of taxes, that it created a revolt upon his death. And that led to, say, the firing of the high priest, who was also involved in that tax collection scheme. So, Gloria says that is why John the Baptist tells them not to collect more than they're supposed to take. Yeah, well, uh, tax collectors were allowed to take a slice, add a slice to the taxes for them to live off of. So, yeah, that was part of their. That was how they made their living. Was they were agents of the state. Tax collectors collected for Rome and they collected for the governor, and then they were able to add a certain amount on top of it, and that wasn't regulated. Okay, there was no regulation for how much a tax collector could take. Yeah. Messianic Talmud goes, why does he eat with tax collectors? Tax. Why does he eat with tax collectors and sinners? And tax collectors were considered to be, yeah, yeah. Tax collectors are considered to be a a category as bad as sinners. Well, they were blood traitors. They were blood traitors. Sinners were just sinners. Tax collectors were supporting Rome and the Roman overlords. So, Clypeus says, I've heard about some incident with Pilate and setting up Roman flags in the Jewish temple. Okay, that was the Roman standard. There have been several of these attempts. Were several of these attempts during the Roman occupation of Judea. When Herod the Great did his um, renovation of the temple and expansion of the court, he wanted to put the Roman eagle across the lintel of the entryway to the temple, and he had almost a riot over that. So that was kind of the first time they attempted that. And then Pilate wanted to put the Roman standards inside the temple court. And that didn't go off very well either. Because there were people who considered the Roman standards to be a god. This was the power of Rome being um, being established within the temple precincts. So yeah, that was not going to go over well. So you just have to. You have to keep in mind that when we talk here about, say, setting up Roman flags, it's not just like a patriotic flag. It's not like a national flag. These were symbols of Roman power, dominance, and to some extent deity. So, Darkblade putting a sign of a pagan political force inside a holy place of God sounds to me at least 80% of the way to blasphemy. Well, people worship the Roman standards. They were the symbols of Roman deity. Yeah, the emperor was a god. So, all right, let's move on to the next one here. Um, Messianic Talmud for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Does the account of Jonah coincide with circa 760 given what was going on in the Assyrian Empire under Ashur-dan III, revolts, plagues, etc.? Let me just check my dates here just to be sure. Jonah King. Okay, Jeroboam. During the reign of Jeroboam the second. Jeroboam the second is from 782 to 753. So that can fit in with the 760. There were several Assyrian kings at that time. 782. Ashur-dan is one of them. It could either be there are three kings that can fit in this period of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Shalmaneser the fourth, Ashur-dan the third, and Ashur-nirari the fifth. Okay. Now this was a low point for Assyria. This was definitely a low point for Assyria. There were plagues, there were revolts. A lot of their holdings had contracted to around the state of Assur. So, yeah, it does coincide a lot with that period of time. Exactly which one of these rules we're not sure, but yeah, it does coincide with that period of time. Okay, next one here is from we have a not a chat from an empty chat here from Voltius Catullus for 4.99. Thank you for that. You probably I think you retracted that later, but we still appreciate the support of the channel. We really appreciate that. Messianic Talmud for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Would the solar eclipse of 763 BC have prepared pagan people of Nineveh to receive the message of Jonah? Not necessarily. A lot is made of a lot of solar eclipses, but solar eclipses, the Assyrian view of solar eclipses was they looked up in the sky and go, that's interesting. So I don't think it would necessarily prepare them for that, but could have. Hard to say though. Hard to say. Voltius Catullus for $9.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Kip Davis recently made a video over your statements on the correct reading of Psalm 22. I left a comment on his video explaining why I think Kara is the right reading. Would you mind taking a look? I don't want to give that guy any more attention. This is a guy, I mean, I already live in this guy's head rent-free. I just rather ignore him. Because dude's how do you say this? The dude's obsessed with me, and I don't want to waste any time on him. Because he's a sad little man. He's a sad little man. He's a pathetic little man. We appreciate your comment on your response to Kip, but I don't want to give that guy any attention. The guy just sort of feeds off of it, and he's just dude is way too obsessed with me in an unhealthy way, really unhealthy way. Don't feed the trolls. Yeah, I think that's the best advice. Don't feed the trolls. Jonathan Walker, what's the issue with Psalm 22? Oh, okay, let's talk about that. We can talk about that. We can talk about what the issue is with Psalm 22. Psalm 22. Talk about that just fine. All right. And it happens to be around verse 16 here. The issue here is for the text here in the New American Standard says, "For the dogs have surrounded me, a band of evildoers has encompassed me. They pierced my hands and my feet." Okay. The question is the meaning of this word, core, which is pierced. Now, here's the thing with core. There's two textual differences. Okay? In some texts, this is core meaning pierced. Other texts, it's care meaning lion. Those who take a non-messianic view of this text will want to say this is lion. How that works? Okay, they are a lion to my hands and feet. Okay. If that's what you want to translate it as, okay. And there are some, like I think there's some Dead Sea Scrolls that, or a Dead Sea Scroll out there that has a textual variant that says lion. But the Masoretic text here says pierced. There are other. I don't know what the Septuagint says. Septuagint says. I think that's what it says. Okay, the Masoretic text says like the lion. Okay, so that's Masoretic text says like the lion. So the Masoretic text uses that. Septuagint. There it is. Okay, the Septuagint uses pierced. So it's going to come down to a textual situation where, is this going to go with the Masoretic reading of pierced, or sorry, of like a lion, and the Septuagint will then read. I am surrounded by lions. My hands and my feet. My hands and feet are surrounded by lions. Okay. Yeah, Septuagint says Doug, but it's here's the thing. That term Doug, you can understand what the reading is underneath that. Okay? So if it's Doug, it's going to mean that means the reading underneath it is going to be that keru of pierced. Okay? So that's going to be the issue here. Is this going to mean my hands and feet are surrounded by lions? Or is the text going to read, they pierced my hands and my feet? So it's just going to come down to which sort of textual variant are you going to hold to. So while guys like say liberal scholars are going to favor the lion reading, because they tend to veer towards anti-messianic readings of the text. I would say here that it's just, you know, it's going to become a translational call ultimately. So I don't think it changes much either way, to be honest. It could be pierced, it could be lion. I tend to favor pierced myself, but I understand that there's a legitimate disagreement as to what the text says. So I'm gonna basically that's the controversy here around Psalm 22:16. But I'm not going to be dogmatic about this either. Danny Dement, what does the phrase "surrounded by lions" mean? Well, what does it mean to have your hands and feet surrounded by lions? Lions surround my hands and feet. Okay. Okay, sure. Sure. Okay. If that's what you want to claim, fine. Doesn't bother me one way or the other. I mean, I don't use this as a prophecy anyway, because I know there's a translational issue here, so I don't know why Kip's got to bug up his butt over this. Just, I'm not doubling down on this, so sure. Jonathan Walker, you're just biased, Falk. He's got nothing better. He's a loser. He's the ultimate loser. All right, going on next. Next one here, Messianic Talmud for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Could Ashur-dan staying with Assyria during 4 years of his reign, which was unusual, be possibly due to preaching of Jonah? Doubt it. I mean, I don't see anything that one way or the other here. So yeah. I don't. The problem is that that period of Assyrian history is very foggy, so we don't know exactly what's going on there. Again, it's not a great time for them, so they're not writing as much as they would normally do. So. Okay, next one, followers of the Shepherd for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on virtue ethics? No. I don't actually have a lot of strong thoughts on virtue ethics. It tends to be more Thomistic than as an ethical system. I'm not a huge fan of Thomistic ethics, because it's based upon Aristotle's Nicomachean ethics, and basically that form of virtue ethics sort of takes, say, the middle ground to everything. The idea of the golden mean. And if that's your thing, okay, fine, but I'm not a huge fan of it. Not a huge fan of it. So, I can understand why people tend to drift towards that, because it does give you an ethical standard, but I'm not a great believer in virtue ethic. Okay, next one. Follows the Shepherd for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Did the saints rise per Lacona or not? Because Lacona doesn't believe that the saints rose on Matthew 27. Let's view the text here. Matthew. You 27, 52 to 53. Okay, starting at verse 51. And behold, the veil of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom, And the earth shook, and the rocks were split. And the tombs were opened, and many bodies of the saints who had fallen asleep were raised. And coming out of the tombs after his resurrection, they entered into the Holy Spirit, into the holy city, and appeared to many. Okay. The question is, did some of the saints rise out of their tombs at the crucifixion, when the veil was split and the earthquake happened and the sun went dark? Okay. Lacona says that this never happened. Okay, that's Lacona's view. That the dead didn't raise. This was just a metaphor. He's basically saying that this is a metaphor. It never really happened. Now, I'm going to say this. I think some of this happened. I don't think everyone just got out of their tombs and started walking around like The Walking Dead. All right. But I think it wasn't the zombie apocalypse. No. It'd be totally cool if it was, but the zombie apocalypse. You're saying that the zombie apocalypse, even if it is the Saints, isn't cool? Here's what I think. I think that there were some. Now, here's the thing. It does say saints, okay, who had fallen asleep were raised. Now, the idea here is of saints. These are basically people who had been set apart. So these were believers in Christ who had died pre-deceased Jesus, essentially. Jesus died within a 3-year period. So it's probably those who were, first of all, these would have been people who were not totally decomposed yet. Okay, so this is the way that Jewish burials worked. Is a body was laid out in a limestone tomb. The limestone tomb increased the rate of decomposition of the flesh. Then the family would come back a year later, collect all the bones, and put them in a bone box. Okay? Once you're in a bone box, you were probably ineligible for having this retrieve. Now, it doesn't say bones. It does say bodies. Okay? So it says, and the tombs were opened, and many bodies of the saints who had fallen asleep were raised. So this would have had to have been people who were recently deceased. So it's not just, people weren't just popping out of bone boxes. Okay? That would have been incredible to see too, but that's probably not what was happening. These are people who were just recently deceased and were undergoing the process of decomposition, being fully restored, and then coming out of their tombs. And these would have had to have been followers of Jesus. So basically, those who were recently set apart in the faith. Yeah, it could have been, but I don't think it was an Ezekiel 37 event. But this is an allusion to Ezekiel 37. Okay? This wasn't the army of darkness? No. Danny Dement. They were Lazarus. Yeah. Yeah, they were Lazarus dead. Yeah. That thing. Harry Stark, is Ezekiel talking about the establishment of the modern state of Israel? Ezekiel's talking about many things. This is an amphibolous text. Ezekiel is an amphibolous text. It's talking about resurrection, but it's also talking about resurrection of the state. So, yes, Ezekiel's talking about both. IPS, most effective weapon to take down an army of zomnified states? Would holy water work on them? Not if they're saints. Holy water would not. Holy water doesn't work on zombies anyway. It only works on vampires. Yeah, zombie. You can't kill a zombie with holy water. That's vampires. Okay. Yeah, I could make this zombie smell a little better. Hey, I got my holy water here. Ooh. Yeah, I got a vial of holy water. I have not been bothered by a vampire in a very long time. Funny that. Clypeus. How do you know holy water doesn't work on zombies? Because I watched The Walking Dead, that's why. Danny DeVent says, would zombified saints even work like normal zombies? Probably not. Well, they'd probably still eat your brains, yeah. Darkley, was Psy or Sanguine Vampire the most recent to bother you? Oh, I haven't met too many Sanguine Vampires. I've met a lot of Psy Vampires. At least they only admit to being Psy. Yeah. Yeah. Psychic vampires don't like to admit they drink blood. They just don't like to admit it. It's unseemly. Yeah, it is personal too. Yeah. Yeah. So overall, I disagree with Lycona. I think what we're seeing here in Matthew 27 is sort of a larger scale repeat of the Lazarus resurrection. And this is a proof, or one of the proofs that Christ can conquer death. So Jack Ray says, raised is raised like Jonah. Yeah. Yeah, raised is raised like Jonah. Jonah was dead. Dead, dead. Dead, 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 dead. Osiris dead. How often do I have to say that? Like, no, he wasn't just sleeping in the belly of the whale. And it was just like, it's like, again, I think some of this is coming down to naturalistic bias creeping into our religion. You know, yeah, Christ can raise the dead in theory, right? Practically, no, that never happened. Oh, that never happened. Jonah never was raised from the dead. Oh, Lazarus was never raised from the dead. He was just waking up from a long sleep. Kid falls out of the window, breaks his neck. He's not dead. He's just asleep on the ground 3 stories down. Yeah, it's just naturalistic thinking creeping into our religious thought. The whole idea of Matthew 27 verses 51 to 53 is the fact that Jesus conquered death. That's the point of it. If this is just a metaphor, Christ didn't conquer death. It's just then a metaphor to say, well, he could conquer death if he really wanted to, but he ain't going to actually do it for you. Just like, no. No. Ugh. No. And the fact is, too, in verse 53, the text says, and appeared to many. The dead are getting up out of their tombs. They're entering into the holy city. That's Jerusalem, in case you didn't know. And they appeared to many. A metaphor doesn't appear to many. In fact, I've yet to see a metaphor appear to anyone. Metaphors don't appear to people. People think about metaphors. They realize metaphors. They recognize metaphors. But they don't appear to many. It's such a strange argument. It's such a strange argument to make. So I'm just not buying Lacona's view. As Kitchen would say, I'm not convinced. Yeah, Alan Millard said that also. That was very popular saying among that set. Jonathan Walker. They recognize the metaphor walking around. It is that stupid. I mean, it is that silly. So I just am not buying Lacona's argument. Okay, next question here. Jonathan Walker for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Why don't documentary hypothesis proponents realize the cognitive load of saying that every late Bronze II detail is oral tradition, or any possible straightforward reading that makes the text older credibly is just a redactor? Because this is how they were taught in school, essentially. You have to understand the way theological education works, which is they load you with so much work that you don't really have time to think about what you're studying. So if you are loaded with that much work, and this is true of almost most theological colleges, whether they're conservative or liberal, is they load you with so much work you don't have time to really consider or think about what you're being taught. That's the last thing they want you to do, is have the time to really question what you're being taught. So you get loaded down with lots of assignments, lots of homework, lots of tests, reading that you could not ever possibly finish. You're just loaded down with so much work that you cannot consider whether or not what they're being taught is actually true. And those who are taught the documentary hypothesis aren't really given the time to compare, say, various strains of the documentary hypothesis. Like, for example, every proponent of the documentary hypothesis has different criteria and different determinations for the redactors. So by the time, so they never really come to the realization that every version's documentary hypothesis is different. So they never do end up questioning whether or not the hypothesis is actually true. It's basically, at that point, it's a theory that has been given the stamp of credibility by the academic tradition without the students of that academic tradition ever being able to question it in a reasonable way. Harry Stark, there's a lot of busy work, basically. Yeah. Rev Monson sounds a lot like gaslighting. Well, it is a bit. It is a bit. It is a way. It is a form of indoctrination. So, yeah, it's a kind of indoctrination, and most theological colleges do this. But again, this is as the documentary hypothesis sort of kind of slides into the trash can, It's doing so because the previous generation is dying off, not so much because of its compelling. So, okay, the next question here is from Subala Hersag for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on the news as Egg and Bud, the roots of Ephraim used with regard to Gilgamesh. So sure what you mean there. He adds a follow-up question here. Hersag, Abazir, and Akkadian words for points and beaks. What's going on with Nebuchadnezzar's nails and Judah's sin? Again, I am really not sure what you're talking about here. Yeah, I'm not sure what this question is asking. I'm not really an Akkadian linguist. My specialties, my linguistic specialty is in Egyptian. So I did take Akkadian, and I have knowledge of Akkadian, but not to the depth where I know the history of certain words. Akkadian lexicography was not my thing. So I don't really know, don't have any thoughts on this per se. As far as the second question here, again, I'm not sure what you're talking about there. So it's not a well-formed question, so I can't really answer it. He also adds another question here for $5. Thank you for the super chats. We do appreciate that. He goes, was 2 Maccabees 5:4 referring to a comet apparition as a revelation? Do you think they still refer to comets by that separate root? Again, I'm not familiar with the Apocrypha here. I'm not an Apocrypha specialist. I don't even read the Apocrypha because I don't find a lot of value in it. I'd have to look that up in detail, offline, because again, not a reader of the Apocrypha, so I don't see a lot of value, especially in 2 Maccabees, to read that. So, unfortunately, I'm not able to answer any of your questions because they're just, I'm not really sure what you're asking, and I'm not familiar with these texts per se. Okay, so yeah, he just added this super chat here. Again, I appreciate the super chat. You are missing something about saffron hexafoils. Again, don't know what that means. You've caught me at a complete loss for what you're trying to communicate. So, sorry. And he adds, and the mountain of the abode L in Ugaritic. Again, I don't. This is sort of outside of my wheelhouse. It's derived from the Sumerian Herseg. Okay, might be. Star of David is derived from the hexafoil rosette, the crocus. Maybe, maybe not. The Star of David as a symbol really wasn't a thing until the 1st century. They call it the Star of David, but it really wasn't a symbol that you find in Judaism. As I said, until quite late. So because it is quite late, your Sumerians already more or less a lost language at that point. Even Akkadian is the last speakers of Akkadian are on their death's door at this point. So yeah, you see it on Second Temple ossuaries, but the Second Temple period goes into the 1st century BC. That's where you find these. That's how you identify a 1st century BC ossuary, is by the hexafoil rosettes. So Yeah, that's very common amongst. That's how you would identify a Second Temple, first century BC ossuary. Again, though, but this is anachronistic. This is anachronistic. So you're basically taking something from an anachronistic language and conflating it into first century BC symbology. So I think there's going to be issues there as to necessary connection between, say, the Akkadian language and the first century BC Judaic um, um, uh, these scribes were writing and reading cuneiform until 200 CE. Yeah, but they were already, it was already a dead language pretty much. I mean, look, Hebrew existed as a dead language through scribes too, but it ceased being a living language in the 4th century CE, except it retained its liturgical status. And the same thing happens with a lot of these languages, and happened with cuneiform. So I think you don't have the necessary connections for those views. Just saying. Danny Dement. This feels like arguing with a Reddit thread. It does, yeah. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's up on the same level. I think this is on the same level as a Reddit thread, which is they don't have a necessary connection, so they forcefully assert it. So we're going to move on at this point. Because, again, this is an evidence-based channel. We go by evidence, not by assertions. Okay, next thing. Here is from AJ Higgins for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why do we love fantastic stories of perfect preservation? For example, Septuagint or Uthman, rather than follow the messier way that God works in text criticism. So it's just one of those things that, people love myths. People love myths. And because they love myths, then they, they'll hang on to myths and just sort of cling to that. I think you should pay attention. Okay. Yeah. So people do love fantastic stories about perfect preservation. Again, it's and they'll apply this to a whole lot of things. So uh like, for example, you see this sometimes, like, people apply this to the King James Bible. Uh, they will apply this to the King James version. Like some people will say that the King James version was perfectly preserved. Perfectly preserved. Well, yes. Even if that was true, so what? Perfectly preserved in its current state, perfectly preserved as the authoritative version. Like, so, here's the thing. When you start talking about perfect preservation, they then take cognitive leaps from that idea. It's sloppy exegesis is what it is. It's sloppy thinking. It's easier just to assert that texts were perfectly preserved, but because you don't then have to think about, say, messier aspects of text criticism. And the Septuagint has a lot of text criticism that goes with it, because we have several recensions of the Septuagint. So I just don't think it's a very good way to do it. Thank you, Mama. Okay, next super chat here. Yeah, the Septuagint isn't one text. I think this is one of the problems we have with the Septuagint too. Is the Septuagint isn't just one text; it's many texts. There are several versions of the Septuagint that float around. So we have to be really more careful about this when we just, I mean, it's better to talk about the Septuagint as a text family than as a single unified text. Just like we would talk about, say, even the Masoretic text. We shouldn't talk about the Masoretic text as a single text. The Masoretic text is a text family. There are some differences between the Aleppo Codex and the Leningrad Codex. Yeah. So it's kind of better to talk about these as text families. But that gets messy. That gets real messy. So, Rob Laird, you can correct the Greek from the KJV. Goofy face. Yeah, absolutely. There are people out there that say that. Does it make any sense? No. But there are people who say that. Okay, now we got one more super chat here. DBC says, Nets of the Septuagint has multiple books where they show multiple texts A and B, just like Rolf's. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I actually really like Rolf's Septuagint. Because you get a really good insight of the textual variants found in the Septuagint through Ralph's. So I'm a huge fan of Ralph's Septuagint. But that sort of shows you I mean, I think there's something like 20 Septuagint texts out there, I think, manuscripts that have portions of the Septuagint. So it's not just one, it's a lot of different texts. Now, don't quote me on that number, but there are a lot of variants. So that still boggles my brain. Well, boggles a lot of people's brains. Okay, I'm going to take a short break here, and I will be right back. Okie dokie. Coffee. I was out of coffee. The caffeine must flow. All right, next super chat here. From 1A, 2B, 3C for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Who is Melchizedek? All right, we don't know much about him. We know some things about him. He was king of Salem. Salem is an old name for Jerusalem. We know that he is contemporary with Abraham. So you're talking there around the 18th century BC. He was a Jebusite. Which means he's an Amorite. So in that respect, he's not much different than Abraham. Abraham was also an Amorite. So Melchizedek was an Amorite. Abraham was an Amorite. The name of the city at the time was Urushalem in the Canaanite, which means city of Shalem. And Shalem was a god. It was a god of peace. Jebusites seem to have named their gods after qualities. So Shalem was a god, and Zadok was a god. And the name Melchizedek comes from, it's a theophoric name. Zadok is king. Zadok was the god of righteousness. Okay? Danny Dement says here, which explains why he and Abraham could communicate well. Exactly. Yeah. They're speaking the same language. Yeah, both spoke Amoritic. We know that Melchizedek was a king and a priest. He doesn't seem to have any successors that held both roles, and he doesn't seem to have any predecessors that held both roles, at least according to scripture. But he is the paradigmatic prophet priest, or prophet king. Sorry, priest king. Get that right eventually. It's the paradigmatic priestly king. The dude's a dude. Didn't they find his temple in near Jerusalem? I don't think they have yet. The whole thing about temples is really strange anyway. Because, if you find the fact is that, there's not a lot of excavations in Jerusalem proper. So I don't know if they have actually found his temple. I don't believe they have, but I could be wrong. So wait. Yeah, as far as I know, I don't think they've found his temple yet, but I'm not so sure. DBC, there is a tiny temple on Jerusalem from around 1800 BC, which they call his temple, but there's nothing to support that. The only thing they know is the date. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. So, even the date is debated to a certain degree. Well, that wouldn't help. Yeah, it's possible. Hey, at least if they found a temple there that's circa to that time, that that would actually lend some credibility to it. And so I think that would be an important discovery. But I haven't heard of that myself. So, Irv Monson, it seems like there's at least one question about Melchizedek every stream. Well, that's because he's such an enigmatic figure. You get these figures that are very enigmatic, and you get a lot of questions about them. Melchizedek is one of those figures. He's a man of mystery. Yeah, well, yeah, he is. You know. Well, and there's so much stupidity surrounding this too. It doesn't help. Like when my dad, when he was still alive, he asked his pastor. He didn't ask me. He doesn't. My dad would never ask me questions. But he asked his pastor, who was Melchizedek? And his pastor said to him, "Oh, there's no such person. You're just making that up." Yeah, there's some pastoral teaching for you. I think my father should just thank his blessings here that the pastor just told him he was making it up. I mean, what would have happened if he had asked the pastor, well, who's Nimrod and Gomer? Oh yeah, we had that once. We did a little literacy test as to and one of these little questions we put on our biblical literacy test was which characters are not found in the Bible. And we had one that was, I think we put Tiffany out of 4 options. Which of the following character is not in the Bible? And we had Nimrod and Gomer, and I think we put Tiffany as the one that wasn't in the Bible. And we had some of the adults, basically protest when we told them that, no, you didn't get that one right. Nimrod's in the Bible? Yeah. Gomer? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, they were of that generation, as my producer says, that watched like Gomer Pyle on TV, not realizing that Gomer is a biblical name. Mama, Og of Bashan, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, we get. I mean, biblical literacy along the pastorate is just not good. Just not good. So, yeah. Mama, and isn't Gomer a woman's name? Yes, it is. It is a woman's name. Well, golly, Hosea. Mm-hmm. Which of these is not in the Bible? Baruch, Amos, God, SpongeBob. Dude's a dude. Heiser believed Og was a 6-foot giant. Idea that Og was a giant. Oh my gosh, that is such a. Oh. Oh, so bad. It's such bad logic. Trick question. Is SpongeBob a chaos demon? Could be. Could be. I'll get back to that Og giant thing. I mean, just crazy how it talks up, I'll get a 13-foot bed. Okay. Um, and so did Elvis Presley. It's not hard to figure out, dude. Just not hard to figure out why he had a bed. It wasn't because he was a big guy that needed a extra foot room. Had nothing to do with foot room. Mama, I am so biting my tongue right now. No, you do not get to see Elvis's bedroom on his tour. They used to show it. Until the family said, "Nah, please don't do that." People were making comments about his kinky bedroom. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it hurt Elvis's clean-cut image to show his bedroom. Jack Ray, a trampoline to jump on. Oh yeah, Auga Bashan was using a 13-foot bed as a trampoline. All right, next one here. And the last super chat we have here is from Baron Salvatore for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. In your gemology book review, you note it will be a standard reference book for the subject despite having real errors. Is this common in academia? Yes. It's very common for a standard reference work to have errors. Every work has errors. Every work of importance has errors. The question is, does that take away from the other scholarship? And it usually doesn't. Every book has shortcomings, and there's no such thing as a perfect book or a perfect piece of literature. So, Darkblade, does the goat have errors? Yes, he does. Even he does. Oh, let me put it this way. Let me give you an example here of a very interesting error that crept up in one of Alan Millard's works. This makes us all feel real good. Alan Millard had written this big book, and on the very last page, he talks about how he mentions something about the 12 commandments. There's 10 commandments, by the way, not 12. Okay? Nobody caught it. He didn't catch it. His editors didn't catch it. It was an error. So it happens to everyone. Mm-hmm. And sometimes there's an error on my it's a very minor error. But it happens there was an error that happened on the first page of my Ark of the Covenant book. And that's because the typesetter made the error. The typesetter, when he did his human modification of it, nobody thought to look. I didn't think to look. The editors didn't think to look. Yeah, because we've already reviewed it like 10 times. But the typesetter at the very end of the process, made a mistake. And, so the fact that, a standard work has, say, minor errors or has even real major errors, that's very common. It's very, very common in academic works. And it doesn't detract from where it's important. Like, for example, that gemology book is very, very strong in its philology. So if you're going to do, say, the philology of Hebrew gemology, yeah, that stuff is great. His work on that is excellent. And that's where it's going to be used in terms of a reference work. it's not going to be so much as identifications that are going to be the important thing in the long term. Those tend to be somewhat subjective anyway. But his work on philology is very important, and that's going to be used consistently. So, so yeah, it's common in academia, it's common in academic works, and you just sort of go with it. Okay, that's it for the super chats. Do we have any non-super chats? Do remember there's one at 8:42. I saw. Yeah, that one. 8:40. Right here. And 40. 8:42. There it is. Very stark. Okay, here's the question. Has David ever seen a spirit or a demon make a sound? If yes, how did it sound like? Can you see a sound? Have you ever heard a spirit or demon make a sound? I think is what he means here. No, I have never. Okay. I've only seen one phantasm, for lack of a better word. One apparition. Okay, and it didn't make any sounds at all. Okay, so the only apparition I've ever seen was the Shadow Man, and it did not make a sound. It was completely silent. I wouldn't have known it was there except it had crossed my path of vision. So that's the only reason I knew it was there. It crossed my path of vision. So I saw it. It was a visual sighting apparition. It wasn't an audio one. Now, I have heard of people saying that sometimes they hear things made by apparitions, but I've never witnessed this myself. Okay, so next super chat I'll take here is from Danny Dement. And he goes, is there an issue with viewing the 10 plagues as polemics against the gods at issue? Or, yes, there is an issue with that. Or is that mostly trying to assign specific gods to each plague? Well, that is the issue. The fact is, if you see it as a general polemics, I think that sort of misses the point of the plagues. I think that the idea too is that you're trying to specify specific gods to each plague will eventually cause that theory to break down. That's the problem with Currid's theory. And Currid was the guy who came up with this view. So it does break down. It's an idea that breaks down as soon as you look closely at the application of it. So when you start looking at the details, here's the thing. When I was in jiu-jitsu, my jiu-jitsu instructor said, it's the small things that make this work. You know what? That's true of theories as well. It's the small things that make a theory work. So if you're going to view the 10 plagues as polemics against the gods of Egypt, you've got to make the minutia work. The problem is, you have to line it up God for God for God. And if that doesn't work, the theory fails. And that's the problem here. So, So that's the issue with that. Um, so I think there's an overarching problem with that as a polemic. Um, and the other thing is that the Bible doesn't say it's against the gods of Egypt. Strictly speaking, it only says that for one of the plagues, which is the Passover. It doesn't say that for the other plagues. So if this only applies to the one plague, you can't say the 10 plagues as is a polemic against the gods of Egypt. You'd have to say the Passover is a polemic against the gods of Egypt. And you could make a weak case for that. But then it's going to get into, well, what does it mean here by gods? So even that becomes very problematic. Especially given that Yahweh says to Moses, I will make you as a god in the eyes of Pharaoh. Okay, so then we know here at that point that the idea of say being a god is much more expensive in say Exodus than just God Most High. So I think that's very much a we have to really consider that as we talk about this. So it's a lovely theory. It's a beautiful theory. I so wish it was true. So wish it was true. It'd be so perfect. Unfortunately, it isn't. Danny Dement. That explains why it was in the Bible. Kurt was an editor. Laugh out loud. Baron Salvatore. Always a matter of careful reading and logic. Yeah, that darn logic just keeps getting in the way. Just keeps getting in the way. You could have so many beautiful theories if it wasn't for careful reading and logic. Danny Dement, I appreciate his refusal to make the Exodus date a major issue, though. But you know what? A lot of them won't make it a major issue because it's politically hot and politically sensitive. And no one wants to deal with that. No one wants to deal with ABR. So, yeah, everyone who writes on this, with maybe my exception of me, will take a circumspect view of this just because they don't want to deal with the heat of it. So, may not be so much that he's being generous magnanimous here. It's maybe more that he's trying to do some self-preservation. Okay. Um, pesky little logic. Thank you, Andrew. It is pesky. Okay, we want to thank Paul for his super chat of 19.99. Thank you so much. He says, I'd like to sponsor any question. I would like to sponsor any question. Okay. We've already covered it. We don't have a lot of non-super chats tonight. Ah, okay. Let's take let's take What are those options again? Yeah, not that one. Yeah, that one we can take. That one we can take. Where is that? 857. Okay. 57. All right. Harry Stark asks, do we have evidence that Christians celebrated on Sunday during the 1st century AD and 2nd century AD and 3rd century AD? Yes, we do. We actually have ample evidence for this. Here's the thing. During the 1st century, Christians both celebrated on Saturday and Sunday. Both. Constantine. Of course, it's always Constantine. Everything is caused by Constantine. Yeah, we actually have evidence that here's how it worked. The Christians in the 1st century were celebrated in both the synagogue on Saturday and in their own private worship services on Sunday. They did both. Okay? They still went to temple on Saturday and synagogue, temple and synagogue on Saturday. However, they got thrown out of the synagogue. They got cast out of the temple, and this happened during the lifetime of the apostles. Okay? So, during the time of the apostles, they got cast out of the synagogue and temple. At that point, Christian worship transitioned from being both a Saturday and a Sunday thing to just a Sunday thing. So, where it was sort of, they got used to get their reading of scripture and prayers and all that on Saturday, and then celebrated the Lord's resurrection on Sunday. Sunday started filling the role of, say, the synagogue and temple worship. And that's 1st century. And just sort of continued after that. So, Sunday worship was already normative by the 2nd century. There were very few Christians in the 2nd century that were worshiping on Saturday. Just because of the that they were kicked out, essentially. So yeah, we got a lot of evidence for this. This is not surprising. No one would really disagree with this to any great extent. Maybe the Seventh-day Adventists would, and the Sabbatarians would, but most of their argument is going to rely on, say, Old Testament stuff anyway. Okay, so I hope that helps. But yeah, in the 1st century, they did both Saturday and Sunday. And then as soon as they got kicked out of the synagogues and temples, and the temple, they just reverted right to continuing what they did on Sunday. All right, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. Oh, John Bullerman, good to see you. How's it going? Thank you very much for that very generous super chat of $25 Canadian. So good to see you. Been missing you recently. So, he says, starting listening to Ecclesiastes in blues. Maybe wonder your thoughts on the book. One of my faves. Well, I know what Ecclesiastes is. Great book. Don't know Ecclesiastes in blues though. Um, I have not. Haven't heard that per se, but Solomon in his emo phase. Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Ecclesiastes and blues. I know what Ecclesiastes is, and I know what the blues are, but I haven't heard of that book, Ecclesiastes and Blues. Um, you'll have to describe it for me next time we see each other. But uh, I will take your word that you like it. Okay. So, thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciated. Danny Dement says, my mom used to say Ecclesiastes was Solomon wishing heeded his own wisdom. Yeah. Yeah. Solomon did not end well. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, my producer said a lot of, yeah, for Solomon being known as the wisest man, he seemed to have had the opinion that advice is something you give others. No, I mean he did not end well. I mean, for those of you who don't know, um Solomon at the end of his life was an idolater. Um he worshipped the Baals because his heart had been turned by all his wives. So it shows you that even the wisest man can fall under under sin. And yeah, it just was. Oh, yeah. Solomon the hypocrite. Well, yeah. For a guy who gave us the proverbs that said, don't let women turn your heart to idolatry. Um, was he speaking from first-hand experience? Yikes. That's a yikes. All right, so that's the last super chat. Again, do we have any other questions, or are we going to call it an early night? Um, the Dude's a Dude asks, why was Samson seen as a judge? That's a great question. A judge in, say, didn't just sort of settle disputes. Some of them did, though. A lot of them did. But they were seen as liberators. Okay? Liberators that rescued Israel from its bad decisions. Basically, Israelites became oppressed when they turned to idolatry. So the purpose of judge was to rescue the people and turn their hearts from idolatry. Sometimes they did that job well. Sometimes they didn't do it so well. Yeah. Yeah, Samson, the the judge with poor judgment. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, he Samson's is a judge that didn't end well either. Ah, okay. John Bullerman says, your book 2 arrived today. Boom. Awesome. Well, thank you for purchasing that book. I'll really appreciate that. And he's, of course, talking about All the Stars as Angels. So, I hope you're back in the area, and looking forward to seeing you next week. In case you don't know, third book, the rough draft, is already done, and we're working on that. So, we're getting the book 3 ready for publication next year. So that's very exciting too. By the way, please leave a book review once you finish reading those. Really appreciate the book reviews. So book reviews are super important. So again, anyone who's read our books, Reliquary of the Dead, All the Stars as Angels, if you leave a book review, Amazon thinks that's really important. So do very much appreciate that, and appreciate you purchasing the book. Thank you so very much. Yeah, well, as my producer says, we don't actually have any real marketing, so this is our marketing. Andrew Graham says, I noticed Who Wrong Books carries your ARC book. Awesome. I must see if they can get your other books. Awesome. Danny Ment says, I'm going to get to book 1 shortly. We'll be on book 2 next month. Fantastic. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate the support. It is fun that people are enjoying the books. I have to admit that the response to the books have been very, very positive overall. Particularly, the views have been overall fantastic. So I'm just really okay. Solidus asks, "What's your favorite of the 4 Gospels?" John. I like the Book of John, but Luke's good too. Which is your favorite of the 4 Gospels? The emphasis of the Gospels, though, is different. So there are some people who do like, say sort of the terse presentation of Mark, or say the camera on the ground view of Matthew. I happen to like the heavy theology of John. John has some heavy theology in it. So that's why I've always been more attracted to the Gospel of John. Darkblade. How strong do you think the lame origin story argument for Exodus historicity is on a scale of 0 to 100? Depends how you're using the argument. Okay. Is the lame origin story argument evidence of historicity? It's some it has some historical merit. It's not what you'd find in, say, a origin story that's, say, of the real distant past, where they have lost touch with what their origin is. Lamer the story usually means 2 things. It means the closer it has to the propinquity of the events, and the more historical it's likely to be. That's generally true of national origin stories per se. So, just along those trends, yeah, I would rate it fairly high. Now, does that mean everything happened? Does that prove everything happened? This is not a proof thing. Okay, so if you're using this as proof of its historicity, that would not be a great use of the argument. A better use for the argument is that there's some merit to it. It's not like an origin story like the Chinese or the Japanese where um there's God and God just creates man, creates the emperor, and the rest of them, well, you don't know where you come from, really. God creates the emperor, and the rest of you, well, who cares? You're just plebes. Okay? Yeah, so lame origin stories do show some veracity. And that's because they usually are closer in temporal propinquity than um say really, really cool godlike origin stories from a real distant past. I don't know if I'd rate it on a scale of 0 to 100. I would just say it just has as it's suggestive of historical grounding. And I'd leave it at that. There's no reason here to overstate your claims. I think sometimes some apologists get into trouble because they overstate the claims. And why do that? Why overstate your claims? You don't need to. The fact that there's any merit to it at all is a pretty strong claim in and of itself. It's all you really need. So why go overboard? So it's just one of those things that I think it just makes more sense. Andrew Graham, the Emperor created the world and you laugh out loud. Is that a Warhammer 40K thing? I don't know anything about Warhammer. Darkblade. Uh-huh. Really? You want me to say that? I don't think so. All right, Andrew Graham. I think of the TV show Monkey. Oh, right. I have no idea about what that is, but sure. I'm going to take a quick scan for any final questions here, and then we'll probably call it. Oh, here's one. Dylan Biggs. Can you guys pray for me? I'm struggling with a corn addiction. Trying my best to pursue holiness. Okay, we'll keep you in our prayers. I would also suggest that you put your prayer request on our Discord server. We have a section on the Discord server just for prayer requests where the people on our Discord will pray for you. Okay? So I would suggest you do that as well. But we'll pray for you also. All right? And hopefully you will, that's a hard struggle to beat. Hard struggle to beat. Darkblade, why does Cam seem so obsessed with the Shroud recently? He's on a Catholic bent. One of the things about being a Catholic convert, and this is something that's impressed upon Catholic converts, it's not so much impressed upon people who are born into Catholicism. People who are born into Catholicism don't have this issue. But if you're a convert, it's impressed upon you that you have to believe everything Catholicism teaches. Everything. Everything. Especially the most controversial things. Okay? One of the reasons why I'll never be a Catholic. probably the major reason I will never become a Catholic, is because I can't agree with everything in any denomination. So, so some of that will include things such as Marian manifestations, the Shroud of Turin, some lesser dogmas like the fourth Marian dogma, like the bodily ascension of Mary. These are things that other denominations are skeptical about or are circumspect about. But yeah, most people, a lot of them don't even give them a thought. So, do you agree with all the decisions of the popes? Oh, no. Do I agree with all the decisions of the Catholic councils? No. Okay. So it's one of those things that, he, as a convert to Catholicism, he's basically following what a lot of Catholic converts do. And you do see this, say, amongst Catholic converts, where they have to sort of be more Catholic than Catholics born to Catholicism. Yeah, you get that to some extent, but in the case of orthobros aren't compelled to do that. They're not compelled to do that. They just do it voluntarily. Yeah. Yeah, you do see converts become more so. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is why you get guys like, say, Trent Horn go really all in on it. Cam Bertuzzi go all in on it. It's one of those things that yeah, but they're buying the whole culture, the whole thing. So but that's part of the reason. And I think in Cameron's case too, some of it is grift. Some of it is grift. I mean, he basically said when he was doing his conversion that he had lost support from Protestants. So, that was part of his thinking, because I remember hearing him say that when he was converting. So there is an aspect of grift involved here, which is why he focuses things on like the Shroud, Marian apparitions, exorcism. He has a lot of stuff on exorcism. Okay, next one here. I saw a few more questions come in. Let's see. Scandal the Based. Okay, honestly, where did you come up with the 5 stages of ideological violence? I can't find it anywhere. I'm not surprised. I can't find it anywhere anymore. Here's where I heard it. Okay? I was listening to a college lecture on NPR as I was driving through the state of Oregon in 1995. I had caught the broadcast already in progress. So I don't know who the speaker was. I don't know. All I know, it was a lecture series from, I think it was the University of Oregon. And as I said, this is 30 years ago. So it's not my idea. I didn't come up with it. It was a lecture I heard from a college professor. I don't know who that was. And if I did know, I'd give him credit for it. But it was a fascinating lecture to hear. And that's all I can basically say is that that's where I got it from. All right? So, Andrew Graham, I'm in my last year of high school at that point in time. Yeah, I was already in the work world at that point. I was already a systems administrator. Danny Dement. Credit to some random professor on NPR. Yeah, well, this was back when NPR local stations still had good programming. When every program was actually on educational material, not on anti-Trump propaganda. NPR used to have good stuff. They used to have local college lectures. That was good stuff. I remember when I used to get up. Yeah, PBS stations could be great too. Yeah. There was when I was working in the Bay Area, the local NPR, the PBS station, which is affiliated with public Corporation for Public Broadcasting. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting is the parent organization of both NPR and PBS. I remember when I used to get up to go to work in the morning. I used to get up very early because I had to get on the road to avoid traffic. And the local PBS station, first thing on the air, as soon as it came on the air at like 7 a.m., it had a local college professor who taught a course on the essentials of accounting. But the essentials of accounting, that wasn't so interesting. But when he got into finance, oh yeah, that was really interesting. Like stuff like how money works. Yeah, that was actually really good. That whole idea of what is money? How does it work? How does a fiat currency differ from a gold standard currency? It was a great television series. Solace says NPR was once a good station. That's hard to believe. It used to be, yeah. They used to have good stuff on there. Good to see you, Renzo. How's it going? Kiara fucking how money doesn't work, yeah. Well. Andrew Graham, how does money work? Still trying to understand it. Yeah, well. It's complicated. It's complicated. I'm doing well, brother. How's Shakuichi going? Haven't practiced it recently. Been trying to get some other projects done and haven't had time to work on it. I'd like to get back to it. But just haven't had the time. I mean, heck, I'm not even getting like 8 hours of sleep at this point. Yeah, 8 hours of sleep. What's that? Yeah, in 3 days I get 8 hours sleep. He says, "Let me know when you do. Free lesson on me." Okay. Yeah. This time I did was so terrible though. So terrible. Harry Stark, in which century was the pentagram used as a symbol for the Star of David? Late 2nd, early 1st century. That's the time frame. Okay. So that's kind of how we date ossuary too, is by that symbol. You see that symbol, you know you're dealing with a late 2nd, early 1st century BC or later ossuary. It's BC. It's 1st century BC. All right, saw some other questions here. John Bullerman for 20 Canadian. Thank you so much for the super chat. Buddy said the other day that the United Church and Orthodox Church were basically the same. Thoughts? We will talk. They are nothing alike. Absolutely nothing alike. Oh my gosh. United Church? That makes my brain hurt just thinking about this. I mean, the United Church is your... Oh my gosh. Oh. How do I even explain the United Church? All right, let's explain it this way. Take the most liberal Anglicans, Methodists, Episcopalians, and Presbyterians, and have them far liberal. These are the far liberal sects of Anglicans, Presbyterians, Episcopalians, and Methodists, and then combine them into one church. Oh, and you get the wokest church on the planet. The United Church is considered to be the most liberal church in Canada. It's the most liberal church in Canada. John Bullman, it's the worst question, yeah. Yeah, it's no way comparable. It's like saying... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the Orthodox Church is orthodox. Think of it this way. It's like comparing a giant pumpkin to a rotten potato. Okay? The Orthodox Church being the pumpkin. It's big. It's sound. It's fully formed. It weighs 1,000 pounds. And then you have this scrubby, rotten, mushy potato. Okay? That's the difference. How do you even compare those two? Jumbo and laugh out loud. But he said that I was giving him a tour of an Orthodox church he's never been at. Was a back row tour? John Bollerman mushy. And smelly. Rotten potatoes are really not... Oh. If you've never smelled a rotten potato, ugh, it's awful. Mm-hmm. Nothing worse than a rotten potato. Solidus says, the United Church sounds like a nightmare. It is a nightmare. I had a friend who had his daughter christened in a United Church. It was the weirdest experience I've ever been to. You go in there, and the hymns have no reference to God, no reference to Jesus Christ. And you recognize the hymns, but they'll replace, like, the word for... I mean, you'll hear the traditional hymns, and then you you realize, wait, the words are all different. Like, they'll replace God with love. Um, you know, they'll go through all these hymns and rewrite them to exclude God and Jesus Christ. The weirdest thing I have ever encountered. And you're just sort of sitting there going, how is this a church? How is this a church? That they're gathered, supposedly in God's name, but they're not, because they won't recognize God. They won't worship God. They won't worship Jesus Christ because he's too divisive. It's just like, what kind of monstrosity is this? Oh yeah, it's definitely to be avoided. You can make the comparison to a synagogue of Satan, yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's BC, you're not wrong here. And they condone all sorts of sin. Absolutely condone all sorts of sin. So, all right, I'm going to take a couple more questions here. Gandalf asks the question. Can you explain the timeline for the late versus early date of the Old Testament timeline? We'll also be praying for Charlie's family and Frank Turek. This has been a horrible last few weeks. Yes, it has. Okay. The timeline of the late Exodus date, you get the eisegesis. Eisegesis is when the Israelites, the sons of Jacob, enter Egypt. That happens around a little after 1666 BC. This is the late date. They're enslaved sometime around 1530, and then the Exodus takes place in 1263-ish. Okay. For the early date, the eisegesis happens, the Isidus happens in roughly 1800 BC. They are enslaved sometime around 1666 BC, and then they have their exodus in 1446 BC. So, Gandalf the Base, I can clarify like how it lines up with the scriptures that say 400 years since the Exodus. Okay, keep in mind that 400 years is most of the textual sources say 400 years in Egypt and Canaan. Only in the Masoretic text do we find 400 years in Egypt. Both the Septuagint and the Samaritan Pentateuch say Egypt and Canaan. And Galatians says Egypt and Canaan. So, yeah, so using that 400 years and saying that the Israelites were in Egypt 400 years is going to be a bit problematic. It's going to be problematic because our best sources say Egypt and Canaan, and even Galatians, which everyone accepts. Everyone accepts Galatians, whether you believe in our Masoretic text maximalist, or a Septuagint maximalist, or a Samaritan Pentateuch maximalist, doesn't matter. Galatians is going to say Egypt and Canaan. So, you have to figure in that Canaan aspect as well. So, because the early date tends to have a more expansive view, they're going to basically say they're going to date the Isidus to 400 years prior to the Exodus. So they're going to say, okay, the Exodus happens in 1446. Therefore, the Isodos happens in 1846. That's how they're gonna reconcile that. Whereas, say, the late date is going to take that 400 years and say, okay, that 400 years includes both the time between the Exodus and the Isodos, but it also includes some time in Canaan too. BBC early daters virtually never accept 430 years in Canaan and Egypt. They only say it was 430 in Egypt. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they virtually never accept that 430 years in Canaan and Egypt, even though all the text sources point to that. In fact, Petrovich wrote an article that basically, really weird article, that basically said, well, all the sources show that it's Canaan and Egypt, but the Masoretic text is the best text. Who cares about Galatians? Galatians doesn't matter. You don't need no stinking New Testament. You got the Masoretic text. Good times. Good times. Okay, I saw one other question here from Tyru. What is your view of exorcism and the practice of it? It's interesting to read the old Presbyterian thoughts from the 1700s on this. I think I think that exorcism is a practice of the church. I think that it's a practice that's coming back. We are seeing an influx in possession that we haven't seen in about 100 years. Now, this is very interesting. Because 100 years ago, you would barely find any need for exorcism at all in North America or Europe. You had to go to Africa to see possessed people. Now that's flipped. Go to Africa today and you don't see any people that are possessed. They're all in North America today and Europe. So, in fact, the Catholic Diocese of Chicago had a post that's a position for an exorcist. And that post had been vacant for 50 years. It had never been refilled once it had been vacated. And it was Cardinal Francis that basically put someone back in that position, filled the position of exorcist for the Chicago Diocese, because it was needed. First time in like a century, they actually needed an exorcist. So, it's one of those things that it's just, it just happens to be that we are seeing demon possession now as a North American phenomena. But it used to be considered to be an African phenomena. It's no longer that. Not even close. Okay. But yeah, even into the 3rd century BC, or the 2nd century, 3rd century, I guess, 3rd century BC with Tertullian. Tertullian talks about exorcism. He basically says, the church got its sort of wind in it. People were accepting the church because of exorcism. So it's a practice that's coming back. And again, it's one of those practices that should be carefully done, prayerfully done, You should exclude mental health causes before pursuing an exorcism. Take care, do all the due diligence before an exorcism. But if there is just cause for doing an exorcism, yeah, by all means, we should be doing them. Okay. BC, do you know much about Ed and Lorraine Warren? Yes, I do. Ed and Lorraine Warren were paranormal investigators. They were paranormal investigators. Lorraine was a medium. Okay. So she would go into haunted houses and such and try to use her mediumship to suss out the spirits. I do not recommend the work of Ed and Lorraine Warren. Their methodology wasn't sound. They sometimes followed their bias to find things that weren't there. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Ed and Lorraine Warren. And they told some pretty tall tales too. Some of the work is entertaining though. I'll say that. I wouldn't say it's edifying, but it is entertaining. Solidus says, I think demonic possession is self-evident given how people reacted to recent events this past week. Some of that was demonically inspired, no doubt. Gandalf the Base, friendly reminder, all the stuff you see in the movies usually starts with people inviting demons into their dwelling. Don't play with Ouija boards or tarot cards. Ouija boards, definitely don't play with them. Okay? That's a channeling device. A Ouija board is a channeling device. Tarot cards are different. Okay? I will say this. The original purpose of tarot cards was tarot cards were used by monks as sort of your original PowerPoint. They were used, monks would carry tarot cards to communicate the gospels to illiterate people. So what they would do is have these cards with pictures on them. And if you follow the progression of the tarot, you start off with the creation of the world. And then the fall of man. And then the kingdom of David. And then the Messiah. Then the hangman, that's the crucifixion. And the devil rejoicing. And then the resurrection. And then the heavenly kingdom to come, the consummation. Okay? So they're not the same as Ouija. But if you're using tarot cards as divination, then yes, that's a forbidden practice. Using tarot to communicate the gospel isn't divination. Danny Dement, my mother had quite a horror story involving a Ouija board. I don't doubt it. Tarot says, I did not know this about tarot cards. Yeah. Harry Stark, why did Christian tarot cards stop? Because it got taken over by pagans. Essentially. Like every good thing, it gets taken over by pagans who distort it and pervert it. Yeah. That's what happened was it got sort of taken over by the gypsies. Gypsies were doing divination with it. So it became taken over, practice that got taken over. So there's still a small group of people who still use tarot in that way, but finding a deck that has the... You need a deck with the old pictures, not the newer ones. I mean, you get a lot of weird tarot these days that have really distorted, but what you need is a classical deck, one with the biblical symbolism still on it. Harry Stark, in the worst case scenario, what happens in these Ouija boards? Worst case scenario is people get possessed by demons. That's the worst case scenario. They use it to contact familiar spirits, and spirits take that as an invitation to hop on board and take your meat suit for a joyride. That's what happens. And I want to be clear about something too. A Ouija board is just a medium of, is just a device of mediumship. You don't need an official Ouija board to have a Ouija board. Cell phones can be used as Ouija boards. A piece of salami could be used as a Ouija board. Not a very attractive one, but it can be used. So, there's a lot of ways you could do. Crystals can be used as a divination tool, like a Ouija board. There's a lot of things that can be used. I mean, there's one case where, you know, somebody used a cell phone to try to contact spirit world. And this cell phone would just sort of pick up, and the guy would start hearing voices on the other end. No call. Harry Stark, I'm confused about the phone and salami being used as a Ouija board. That's probably a good thing. Stay confused about that. Okay? Stay confused. Yeah, Gandalf the Base. There's been cases where people drew parts of the board on paper and contacted the demon. Don't play around. Yeah, exactly. The actual board is immaterial to the process of divination. They would call this the board is what new religious movement people call scholars call a focus. It's a focus or a foci. Okay? This is very, very common when you do this kind of divination. And you can do use just practically anything as a foci, as a focus. You can use a Ouija board. You can use a crystal ball. You can use a hat with a stone. You can use a deck of cards. You can use a cell phone. You can use a couple of Bic pens. You know, there's really no limit to what can be used as divination tools. No limit. Just about anything could be used as a divination tool. Coins could be used. Pharmaceuticals could be used. It just doesn't matter, you know, just glassware. I mean, glassware has been used a lot. So, yeah. Yeah. Gandalf the Base says, friendly reminder, these entities are thousands of years old, if not millions. They've been messing with humanity for thousands of years. You can't beat them. They can't kill gods, so they will go for you. Absolutely. That's absolutely the truth. You know, these guys are experts. You know, these spirit critters are experts when it comes to messing with humanity. Your best advice is just to avoid them. Well, it's kind of like this. It's kind of like bears. Think of spirit creatures like bears. Bears will mess you up if you happen to encounter them. But if you stay away from bears, you're unlikely to encounter a bear. So, A spirit critter is the same deal as a bear. If you go out of your way to look for a bear or a spirit critter, gonna mess you up. The selfies of the bears. Wake them out of hibernation just to take a selfie? It's crazy. Yeah, yeah. My producer just said about the woman who stopped her car, got out, took a selfie with a charging bear, and that was the last picture she ever took. Yeah, but it's spirit critters are like bears. You're not going to encounter them in daily life, but if you're going to seek them out, they're going to make a mess of your day. Darkblade asks, is calling for Bloody Mary into a dark mirror a form of divination? It's just dumb. Yeah, it's calling forth an evil spirit to mess with you. Just don't do it. It's a stupid game that teenagers play not knowing that's going to mess them up. Harry Stark, why was she taking a selfie with a bear? Because she saw one on the side of the road. Parked her car, got out, and took a selfie. Oh, cool. Cool, a bear. Well, I mean, this year. Well, this is the first year that the National Park Service had to warn people, don't go to a bear den, wake up a bear during hibernation to take a selfie with it. Why would you even have to warn someone of that? You don't do that. It's just dumb. You can see, I hope she brought a picnic basket. He was not interested in a picnic. There was a meme I used to laugh at, was the real Yogi Bear as he's rampaging through a picnic. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, bears will trash a campsite like nothing. It's just like bears are looking for all sorts of things. They'll drink your beer, they'll eat your food, they'll do everything that, Yeah, Tyru, people have asked her to mic up. She's got a mic, she just won't use it. Okay, Harry Stark asks, do people get interested in the occult because they have too much time on their hands? No. They get interested because they start off kind of flippant towards it, and then they see there's something to it, and then they sort of dive deep into it. So that's generally what happens. Is it starts off as something kind of flippant, and then it becomes something more. I've known several people who've gotten involved in the occult, and it's usually the same vector. They start off as skeptics. A lot of them start off as skeptics. They start off as being, oh, this is just something fun and harmless. And then it gets into something a lot deeper fast. Baron Salvatore, thoughts on Catholic Orthodox prayers to the dead saints. Okay. Um, they are prayers to saints are typically, they're not worship. Let's dispel a few things. They're not worship. The Orthodox and Catholics don't worship saints, at least not the Orthodox ones. They don't worship saints. What they're doing is they're calling for intercession. So what they're asking is the dead saints to pray on their behalf. Catholic and Orthodox believe that the dead saints can still pray on behalf of the living because they're not really dead, they're alive in Christ. Okay? So it's not communicating with the dead, it's not idolatry because it's not worship. It's more, the idea is more invoking the saints rather than praying to the saints. Danny Dement, that's just a regular prayer with extra steps. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. It's regular prayer with extra steps. I mean, there's no other way to say it. But that's really what it is. It's regular prayer with extra steps. DC, can't I just pray to God? Yes, you can. But there's some people out there who think you need extra people helping you. Okay, so there are people out there that think that, oh, my prayer, God's not going to listen to me. But if I can get a saint, a real good saint, like maybe Mary, or Joseph, or Aquinas, to pray on my behalf, oh yeah, that'll get me in good with God. Again, I don't think praying to the saints is, invoking the saints is unbiblical. I just question its efficacy. Is it effective? I don't think that's any more effective than regular prayer. But, yeah, Mary must be very incredibly busy. my my thought on Mary is that she probably has her phone set up on answering machine. Your prayers are going directly to voicemail with Mary.
Thank you.
Oh boy. Yeah, again, of the base, not unbiblical, but abiblical. Yeah, that's exactly it. Tyrus' prayer box is full. Everything to voicemail, let me rest. I mean, if you are going to invoke a saint, do invoke the minor ones. You're more likely to get through. Just saying. Yeah, start with Saint Annabelle and work your way up from there. Go through the list alphabetically. First one that answers you. Kind of like how you pick a lawyer when you're in jail. When you're in jail and pick a lawyer, you start with a phone book, you start with A, and you work till the first one answers. Kind of, you do the same thing with states. You start with the A and you work your way through the phone book. Yeah. Tyra goes, people who pray to their dead parents. This one I have mixed feelings about. You know, you can do that. I mean, there are people who talk to their dead parents or spouses. You know, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that per se. I wouldn't want to talk to my dead parent, but you know. Danny Dement. My name is Thomas. No, not that one. I'll be your throne-appointed patron saint. BC, can we ask God to pass a message to those in Sheol for us? Apparently not. I wouldn't recommend. I don't think you could do that anymore. I don't think that's possible any longer. Yeah, just not through a board. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Um, the thing with being able to pass a message to Sheol would have been based upon the idea that the Abraham's bosom was still in operation, but that business has been closed down, okay, and has been relocated, so they're not in proximity to those in Sheol anymore. Harry Stark asks, do demons intentionally hide themselves from secular people in order to trick secular people into hell that way? Some of them do. Yeah. It depends. Uh, it depends. Sometimes secular people see these spirits and manifestations and just refuse to believe them too. It depends on what game the spirit is playing. Okay? Sometimes they'll show up to somebody in the secular and basically just to mess with their head. Sometimes they will do it to drive the person to disbelief. Like, I heard one guy, a secular friend of mine who remained atheist right up until his death, and he basically saw this outlandish looking demon and just said to himself, this can't be real. And he said, well, if all demons look like this, then it would be silly enough to believe this. So it depends, what game are they playing? So, some... Yeah. Yeah, just because you see a miracle or a spirit critter doesn't mean you're going to believe. Many people who've seen those things disbelieve and are driven to disbelief because they've seen it. Now, I've heard... Yeah, they disbelieve as a coping mechanism. Now, I've also heard a gaggle of atheists, talk about, I think was listening once to the Clown Posse, talk about this, and none of them have ever seen anything and never had any religious experiences. And if you know who the Clown Posse are, I don't want to name them, but the Clown Posse talked about if they had ever seen a miracle or anything spiritual or even something paranormal, and none of them had. So, you know, you know, so for them, if they had seen something, probably wouldn't have really affected them because they were sort of had that proclivity to disbelieve in the beginning. So, is it a gaggle or a bloat of atheists? Yeah, it could be either. Bloat of atheists. Darkblade asks an interesting question. I think we'll probably make this the last question of the night and then call it, unless there's something super interesting that comes across the pipe. He asks, is it possible to channel good spirit creatures like God's angels? No, it isn't. And there's a reason why. A good angel, a good spirit critter would never fill the place of the Holy Spirit. Here's the thing. For a spirit to enter into basically our meat shells, it has to take the place of God. Okay? So, to a good spirit critter would never enter into a place where it doesn't belong. So, they are messengers. They are guide. They can guide. They can teach. I mean, spirit critters do good things on behalf of God. God will often send them to watch over believers. So they are part of our existence and our reality, but they're not going to be something that possesses a human being. Because again, that's filling a place in ourselves that's reserved for the Holy Spirit. So it could be physically possible, but no good spirit creature would ever do it. So that's really what we have going on there. This is, again, it would be technically possible, but it would never happen. Because it would be a spirit critter abandoning its proper function. All right, Danny Dement says, learning about different spirit critters suddenly makes the Narnia books seem that much deeper. Well, a lot of what he wrote was based upon that, so yeah, absolutely. Okay, Tyro, here I am furiously thinking good questions to keep the doctor on the screen. Well, it's 12:30 now, so I think what we're going to do is I think we're going to call it a night. So anyway, I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight, particularly those who gave super chats. We really appreciate your support of the channel, especially given YouTube's shenanigans recently. The woodchuck thing? Yeah. I don't remember. Somebody did calculate how much would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. We also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube subscribers who keep us on the air. Thank you so very much, because you guys keep our equipment 700 pounds according to Google, huh? Okay. We also want to thank those who have purchased our book and have left reviews on Amazon. We really appreciate that. That's really important for us. So we thank you for supporting the ministry in that way. And finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers who watch our videos, leave those comments, hit that like and subscribe button, and share our URLs with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out there. With that said, have a great night. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.